Recording in progress.
Parlano da qua o da lì? Buongiorno a tutti, grazie per essere qui. Cominciamo questa giornata di studio su un tema estremamente importante per il nostro istituto. Ringrazio innanzitutto la Capitaneria di Porto che ci ospita, grazie, e questo rinforza le collaborazioni che abbiamo, che sono già consistenti. Perché OGS si interessa al diritto marittimo, della navigazione e soprattutto lo stato di regolazione delle campagne scientifiche. Come voi sapete, OGS è diventato ente attuatore del progetto nazionale di ricerca Antártide e pertanto dovrà occuparsi di tutto quello che concerne l'organizzazione e la realizzazione delle campagne oceanografiche. Io sono molto onorata di avere relatori di così alto prestigio in questa giornata, ma prima di cominciare i lavori darei la parola a chi ci ospita, che ringrazio infinitamente, e quindi do la parola al comandante della Capitaneria di Porto, Guardia Costiera di Trieste, il comandante Luciano del.
Grazie Paola, intanto ringrazio tutti voi per essere intervenuti. Perché la Capitaneria? La Capitaneria ha l'obbligo di ospitare tutto ciò che fa cultura, insomma. È un momento di grande sinergia istituzionale con l'OGS, che consolida quello che è il rapporto che Guardia Costiera ha con l'OGS. Siamo stati a salutare l'altro giorno insieme a Paola nave Laura Bassi, che è rientrata dalla spedizione in Antartide, quindi questo probabilmente è il continuo, il proseguo di quello che Laura Bassi ha fatto in quegli anni, portando alto la bandiera della nostra marineria. Ho il piacere di ospitare, di aver immediatamente dato ospitalità a questo convegno, perché è il caso di farlo. Saluto intanto il dottor Norman Martinez Gutierrez dell'AIM International Maritime Law, saluto il professor Scovazzi dell'Università degli Studi di Milano Bicocca, che è in videoconferenza, Mitia Grebbe, mi scusi, napoletano, io sono napoletano, è difficile pronunciare, dell'Associazione Slovena di Diritto, la professoressa Ilaria Cani dell'Università Bicocca di Milano e l'amico professor Alfredo Antonini, che è il professore dell'Università di Udine. Do ufficialmente apertura ai lavori, ascoltiamo tutti con grande interesse. Rinnovo i saluti alla Paola delle, così come saluto affettuosamente il professor Franco Correnti, con il quale nessuno questi rapporti così stretti. Grazie ancora. Buon
Bene, allora con grande piacere diamo la parola al professor Norma Martinez Gutierrez dell'International Maritime Organization, che ci onora della sua presenza oggi e terrà una relazione dal titolo Il regime giuridico della ricerca scientifica marina come stabilito dalla Convenzione delle Nazioni Unite sul diritto del mare. Il professor Martinez Gutierrez terrà la sua relazione in inglese e lo invito e lo ringrazio per questa partecipazione.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie per questa invitazione. Mi scuso, il mio italiano non è buono, ma almeno per la introduzione volevo farlo in italiano. Vi ringrazio, è un vero onore stare con voi. Come hanno detto, io sono il direttore dell'Istituto di diritto marittimo dell'Organizzazione Marittima Internazionale. Il nostro lavoro è proporzionare educazione in postgrado, master e dottorato al diritto marittimo internazionale, un focus con il paese in desarrollo. Scusate, parlo spagnolo. Ma siamo adesso 35 anni che abbiamo male 1000 laureati con noi. Va bene, stanno in primi posti dei capi di stati, ministri e nelle organizzazioni internazionali. È un istituto veramente, fa un lavoro nobile nel sviluppo del diritto marittimo internazionale. Abbiamo il piacere del dottore Vicky del SAL, la maestria e anche il dottorato con noi, la maestria credo stato dal 2001 e il dottorato 2011 anche. E come lui abbiamo tanti professionisti che stanno contribuendo al sviluppo e al desarrollo del diritto marittimo a livello internazionale. Quindi le ringrazio tanto di questa opportunità. Per me l'investigazione scientifica marittima è un tema molto importante, interessante, affascinante, diciamo. E adesso switch to English. If I can just move this just back so that I can just. It's okay. Okay, perfect. So I can see that presentation.
Riesce a muoverlo?
Sì.
O se vuoi, non c'è problema, non so se il microfono sale qua perché poi posso sedermi di là. Se non c'è problema posso sedermi verso il computer e parlare. Ma se c'è problema poi posso parlare della manipolare il computer.
Gestisco io la...
Posso farla da qua, sì, non c'è problema. È meglio così, non c'è problema. No?
È informale.
Benissimo. Switch back to English. Vediamo. Sì. The first slide, I'm going to skip it because usually our courses are 3-4 hours on marine scientific research, and it has been split this time, and Professor Scovazzi will be dealing with the different maritime zones. So what I had in the first slide is really the entitlement to offshore resources, so I will leave that aside. But let's start, because marine scientific research plays a very important role in access and identification of resources. So what is marine scientific research? Throughout the discussions that led to UNCLOS, there were a lot of discussions about a definition of marine scientific research. And when at one point in time, a definition was proposed, but actually when the single composite negotiating text came to be adopted, there was no definition of marine scientific research. So there's no definition of marine scientific research in the Convention on the Law of the Sea. But can we perhaps minimize? Marine scientific research, just as a description, refers to a variety of scientific disciplines, which includes biology, biotechnology, geology, chemistry, geophysics, hydrography, physical oceanography, and ocean drilling and coring, which are dedicated to the study of oceans, marine flora and fauna, and physical boundaries with the solid earth and the atmosphere. Marine scientific research, although we don't have a specific definition, and I will explain soon why that is important, has a variety of purposes. For example, the purpose of marine scientific research is to observe, explain, and to eventually understand sufficiently well enough to be able to predict and explain changes in the marine world. Marine scientific research has a wide variety of applications, and it contributes to many purposes. For example, the rational exploitation of living resources. Let's talk about fisheries. If fish are exploited indiscriminately, we would end up without fish in no time. So the convention has come up with a formula that obliges you to identify what is known as the maximum sustainable yield, which would mean seeing how much can you actually fish to be able to allow the stock to replenish fully in due course. Because we don't talk of fish like keeping the ocean as a museum that you can only see. In fact, we don't speak of the preservation of fisheries. We speak of sustainable use. So we are allowed to fish, but in a sustainable manner. And for that, there is a total allowable catch. But that can only be identified, for example, through marine scientific research. So marine scientific research plays a fundamental role in that respect. The preservation of the marine environment and the protection of the environment and prevention of pollution. We need to identify pollutants, how they affect the environment, and then how to regulate them. Just to give you an example, the Ballast Water Management Convention. It was common that a ship, for stability, offloads the cargo, it puts on ballast water, goes to another port, unloads the water, and loads again. What's the problem? It's just water. No problem at all. There is a big problem, because that water takes microorganisms from a particular, say, a tropical port, and offloads them in a completely different ecosystem, and they can wreak havoc in a new ecosystem. So these, although natural, are considered pollutants, and they have been seen how to be treated and adopted in a convention on ballast water management. The paints on the vessels, for example, they were causing damage to the marine environment. That was identified through research and actually was led to the Anti-Fouling Convention. Safer navigation, the study of winds and waves, for example, assists in safe navigation. Military uses of the sea, they can allow us to detect submarines and other craft, as well to a better understanding of the oceans in general. For example, for the tsunami prevention or tsunami warning systems, for example. And speaking of the exploitation of the sea's resources as well, exploitation of oil, which has been a huge economic activity that cannot be undertaken unless you find oil, and you will find oil through marine scientific research. Now, marine scientific research originally was unregulated. It just carried with the scientific community how it dealt. And in fact, we had no regulation in the first half of the 20th century. Then there was regulation in the 1958 conventions. In fact, it was very detailed. It had its complications, which have been a bit polished in the 1982 convention. And since we didn't have one convention, but 4 conventions, the Convention on the Territorial Sea and Contiguous Zone, Convention on the High Seas, Convention on the Continental Shelf, and the conservation fishing in the high seas, we had to see into different conventions to identify the relevant rules. In our, as I said, usual course, we go through all these rules because they help develop the notion of regulation at an international level. But considering the limited time frame right now, I will jump straight into the Law of the Sea Convention as we spoke. So, marine scientific research under the Law of the Sea Convention. I have changed a bit the order for this presentation. This time I think it's better to start with the general principles, some basic notions on marine scientific research. The first general principle we find it in Article 204, and it's that in the conduct of marine scientific research, the following principles shall apply. First, marine scientific research should be conducted exclusively for peaceful purposes. And it should be conducted with appropriate scientific methods that are compatible with the convention. The reason is that the convention has taken ample care that when activities are undertaken out at sea, they should be able to provide the benefits of the use, but also protect the marine environment and its resources. So scientific methods contemplated in the convention would be those that allow an increase in scientific knowledge, but at the same time protect the marine environment. Marine scientific research also should not unjustifiably interfere with other legitimate uses of the sea compatible with the convention. So scientific installations should not be deployed in a recognized shipping lane, for example, in principle, because they would disrupt shipping. This is just an example. Marine scientific research shall also be conducted in compliance with all relevant regulations adopted in conformity with the convention, including, as I mentioned, those for the protection and preservation of the marine environment, because indiscriminate marine scientific research can cause damage to the marine environment. Just to give you an idea,
we are carrying research to find oil, and a drilling which is unregulated or indiscriminate can cause a huge oil pollution. So in that respect, there are several methods that are compatible with the convention, and they have to be adopted. One of the most important principles is that if you, by any chance, make a huge scientific discover a new type of resource, etc. In fact, right now, we have the latest convention that is just briefly called on the high seas that used to address the BB&J. And originally was because of genetic resources. Because when we spoke about the convention, the international seabed area dealt with mineral resources. And the high seas dealt with all freedom of fishing, etc. But the genetic resources were unregulated. So if a scientific discovery comes about in a particular area or a new type of resource, marine scientific research shall not constitute the legal basis to any part or of the marine environment and its resources. If a huge discovery is made, the discovery is there from a scientific point of view, but the resources remain a property of the state where they are located, and you cannot claim either a part of the territory or the resources because you have identified them. That is a core principle of marine scientific research. Now, when the 1958 convention was adopted, that was the first time that some regulatory aspects were put into place. But the scientific community found this already cumbersome. The scientific community believed that they should have unrestricted access, because what they are trying to do is for the benefit of mankind as a whole, to increase scientific knowledge. States, on the other hand, felt a bit different and perhaps overprotective. They thought that that some of the research vessels sometimes pose as research vessels, but they are espionage vessels or intelligence gathering. So they were a bit scared of leaving it unrestricted. And secondly, they felt with the development of the 200 nautical mile zones under UNCLOS, that unless they had control over research in those areas, they couldn't really exploit fully the benefits of those areas. So they made a clamor for more protection. Now, Article 38 gives recognition to this principle, and it says that all states, irrespective of their geographical location, and competent international organizations have the right to conduct marine scientific research subject to the rights and duties of all states. So there is a balance between the scientific community and the rest of the world when they are making use of the sea. They shouldn't unjustifiably interfere with each other. Now, when I spoke to Mitya and we tried to organize this brief presentation, we believe that because of the activities that are undertaken in the Antarctic, one of the most interesting points was to discuss the consent regime. Because really and truly, I always say, when you're studying marine scientific research, you should compartmentalize the topic. First, I said, is the consent regime. What do you need to do to obtain consent to carry out scientific research? Then the general principles of marine scientific research. And the third very important point is the legal status of research installations, who has jurisdiction over them, etc. But I think that the starting point and the main core of this discussion would be the consent regime. Let's start with the high seas. In the 1958 convention, the marine scientific research was not listed as a freedom of the high seas. But there was a provision that, like here, it says it comprises inter alia, here, the freedom of the high seas comprises inter alia, amongst other things, and it lists. So even the International Law Commission said that marine scientific research was a freedom of the high seas that was not listed in the 1958 convention. But the 1982 convention, in Article 87, 1F, now clearly lists the freedom of research as a freedom of the high seas. So on the high seas, there will be freedom of research. Of course, subject to part 6 and part 13. Part 13 is a part of the convention that is exclusively dedicated to marine scientific research. It contains all the dedicated details. And part 6 is that of the continental shelf. And you would say, why the continental shelf? We're talking about the high seas. But there may be states that have not claimed an exclusive economic zone, but have a continental shelf that is wide. So on top would be high seas, and there would be freedom of research. But they could be researching your continental shelf, or even some states that have an exclusive economic zone, but have an outer continental shelf. So from the high seas, there is a possibility to research the continental shelf of another state. So the freedom is subject to the rights of the coastal state. This is supported by Article 257. You can see from the numbers that I will mention that this, for example, Article 87 is a part of the high seas. But then we jump to Article 257, which is part 13, those that are dedicated. So in part 13, it says that all states, just the other, have the right to conduct marine scientific research in the water column beyond the limits of the exclusive economic zone. So there is freedom of research on the high seas. Now, I always use graphics because sometimes when you read a provision of the convention, it's not clear. When you see it, it really becomes clear. And in the high seas, we say there is freedom of marine scientific research under Article 87(1)(f) and Article 257. Now, I was discussing with Mitya because I have a flight to catch back. So I would have to give after, but please, if there are any questions, don't wait, just, as we said, we keep it informal, just raise your hand, let me know, and we can have an open discussion once we're going through. Now, unlike the 1958 regime, when high seas were water column and seabed, under the 1982 convention, the seabed and subsoil beyond the limits of national jurisdiction is now the international seabed area. And Article 256 deals with this, and it says that all states, irrespective of their geographical location, have the right, in conformity with the provisions of Part 11, Part 11 is the one that deals with the international seabed area, to conduct marine scientific research in the area. So there's a general right to conduct marine scientific research, but subject to Part 11. Now, as I said, if you see the articles, the number tells you where we are. So from 256, now we jump to 143, which is Part 11. Part 11 says that research in the area shall be carried out exclusively for peaceful purposes and for the benefit of mankind as a whole, because that was the whole purpose of the international seabed area, that the area and its resources are the common heritage of mankind. Now, although all states have a right to undertake research in the area, the International Seabed Authority also is given the right to undertake marine scientific research concerning the area and its resources. And if it doesn't have the capability to carry out the research itself, it can carry out contracts for this purpose. State parties also may carry out scientific research in the area, and they should promote the cooperation in marine scientific research in the area by participating in international programs and by encouraging cooperation in marine scientific research. And this I will skip. These are the different, I can provide the slides. These are the different ways in which the authority or states can effectively promote marine scientific research. But this one is particularly important. When states undertake marine scientific research in the area, they should effectively disseminate the results of the research and analysis when available through the authority or other international channels where appropriate. So marine scientific research in the area is subject to freedom of research under Article 256 and in accordance with Article 143, paragraph 1, it has to be carried out for peaceful purposes and for the benefit of mankind as a whole. Okay. Now let's jump now to the inner part, the territorial sea. Article 245, which is part 13, says that coastal states, in the exercise of their sovereignty, have the exclusive right to regulate, authorize, and conduct marine scientific research in their territorial sea, because it's a sovereignty. So I always say, it's like if somebody enters your house, nobody can enter your house without your permission. Same thing in the territorial sea. The only thing is that they have a right of innocent passage. But when it comes to research, nobody can take it. States have the exclusive right to regulate. And very important now, any research in the territorial sea shall be conducted only with the express, in the 1958 regime, it said with the consent. Now it says express consent. I will explain why, because in the EEZ there may be implied. With the express consent of and under any conditions set forth by the coastal state. As I said, the only right that other states enjoy in the territorial sea is the right of innocent passage, just the right to cross through the territorial sea to enter or to pass to another state. There are two types of passage, which is called horizontal passage, just passing across, or vertical passage, which is the right to pass through the territorial sea to enter to a port or leave a port. But when you are exercising that right, which is now a right recognized by customary international law, Article 19 2J provides that the carrying out of research or survey activities renders passage non-innocent. So, one, in the territorial sea, you have to get the express consent of the coastal state to carry out research. You can pass through the territorial sea, but you cannot undertake any research because it renders passage non-innocent. Article 40 is even more restrictive. Article 40 deals with straits used for international navigation. And it says that during transit passage, foreign ships, including marine scientific research, hydrographic survey ships, may not carry out any research or survey activities without the prior authorization of the state bordering the straits. So, see, before we spoke purely of research, here it says not any research or survey activities. I will mention this very shortly. Why? In Article 54, dealing with archipelagic sea lanes passage, adopts the exact same approach of straits, and it just says that Article 40 applies mutatis mutandis to archipelagic sea lanes passage. So when you're exercising the right of archipelagic sea lanes passage through an archipelagic sea lane, you cannot carry out any research or survey activity, or else your passage is non-innocent or not passage in this concept. Now, why I mentioned this research or survey activity? Let's start from the beginning. In principle, there is you need express consent, okay, and it's subject to any conditions the coastal state may impose. Sorry, because in the 1958 regime, I had another part here. Now, one of the problems or the issues the states were facing is that some vessels are passing through the territorial sea and are carrying out some survey activities, maybe depth soundings for safety. Say, because I need to see how deep it is so that I know I can pass through in safety. And the coastal state says, sorry, but that is research. You know, you can use that to map the topography of my seabed, etc. So that you need my consent. And you say, no, I don't need your consent. I just need it to pass. And it was not clear. And as I said at the beginning, there is no definition of marine scientific research. So we don't know these depth soundings or these other activities that are are taken, whether they are considered research or not. But now it has been left to the pragmatism of the state. Okay, but in straits and in archipelagic sea range passage, you cannot even do that because it says no research or survey activity. You would need the consent of the coastal state. And as I mentioned here, it has to be express consent. Okay. Now, perhaps the most important provisions on marine scientific research in UNCLOS are those related to the exclusive economic zone and continental shelf, and to a large extent are the areas that were usually of most interest to the scientific community. Article 246 provides that in the exercise of their jurisdiction, states have the right to regulate, authorize, and conduct marine scientific research in the exclusive economic zone and on their continental shelf, according to the provisions of the convention. Now, one thing, usually the convention has a part on the exclusive economic zone and another part on the continental shelf. But for the purposes of marine scientific research, both are dealt together, and the same applies to both. Marine scientific research in the exclusive economic zone and on the continental shelf shall be conducted with the consent of the coastal state. If you see here, no longer it says express consent. But for all research in the continental shelf or in the exclusive economic zone, you will need consent. Now, the convention makes a distinction, although it never uses the term, between what we call pure and applied research. I will explain that briefly now. In normal circumstances, well, pure research, we can find that the definition hidden in this paragraph, that is is research which is exclusively for peaceful purposes and in order to increase scientific knowledge of the marine environment for the benefit of mankind. In other words, I do not intend to profit from anything that this has to give. I just want to increase scientific knowledge of mankind as a whole. That is what we call pure research. I'll explain about applied soon. So in the cases of pure research, coastal states in normal circumstances shall grant their consent. So in normal circumstances, coastal states shall grant their consent. Now, one of the most important things that you can face when you are applying for consent in a country is that here it says, to this end, coastal states shall establish rules and procedures ensuring that such consent will not be delayed or denied unreasonably. Now, this, the convention puts a direct obligation on the state to take legislative action, and hardly any state has done so. They adopt the convention, they say we can regulate marine scientific research, but many states do not or have not carried out these rules to ensure that consent is given quickly and effectively. But the convention gives us some safeguard for that possible delay. Now, it says, shall in normal circumstances, but there's no definition of normal, you know? It's just that paragraph 4 says that for the purposes of applying paragraph 3, normal circumstances may exist in spite of the absence of diplomatic relations. But this what it means is, if we don't have an exchange of embassies, it's still normal. It would be different if now you would say, just for example, without getting political, but it's something that we know, like Russia requesting to carry out research in Ukraine. You know, I mean, definitely it's not normal. So unless there is a circumstance of like real, not even political stability, bordering on conflict, circumstances will be normal. And you have to grant your consent for pure research. Why? Because even you will benefit from it. It's supposed the whole community, humankind should benefit from it. Now, there is a difference when we deal with applied research. In the case of applied research, coastal states have a full discretion. They can do as they want. Either they say yes, or they can say no. They don't have to justify themselves. No. And in fact, they can put any conditions they wish if it is applied research. So it says coastal states may in their discretion withhold their consent if that project, and here we have again a disguised definition of what is applied research. What do we mean by applied research? Applied research is a research that is of direct significance for the exploration and exploitation of natural resources, whether living or non-living. Or when that because it affects directly the rights of the coastal state, which in the EZ and continental shelf, they have sovereign rights over those resources. And this as well, because it is actually intrusive in those zones, when it involves drilling into the continental shelf or the use of explosives or other harmful substances in the marine environment. Or if it involves the construction, operation and use of artificial islands, installations, and structures referred to in Article 60 and 80. And assimilate, that's applied research. But assimilated to applied research, the convention gives discretion when the project contains information communicated pursuant to Article 248 regarding the nature and objectives of the project, which is inaccurate, or when the researching state or competent international organizations have outstanding obligations with the state in relation to prior obligations. So, in principle, in the inner continental shelf and in the exclusive economic zone, there is consent subject to Article 246 required for pure and applied. In the case of pure research, in normal circumstances, you should grant your consent. In the case of applied research, there is discretion always. Now, there are some states that claim an extended continental shelf. And this extended continental shelf falls directly under the high seas. So what happens if I carry out research from a vessel which I have freedom of navigation and freedom of marine scientific research, but I am researching your continental shelf? We are not clear. And in fact, Article 257 says that every state has a right to undertake scientific research in the water column beyond the limits of the exclusive economic zone. So this would leave this a bit as a question mark, but it is clear by the convention. Now, here we have it very clear. In pure circumstances, you have to grant it. And in applied, you have absolute discretion. Now, Article 246, paragraph 6, deals with this part, with the outer continental shelf, and tries to solve that problem. And says, notwithstanding the provisions of paragraph 5, coastal states may not exercise their discretion to withhold consent. Now, before it was, if it's applied, you have discretion. You can say yes, you can say no. Article 246, paragraph 6 says, in the extended continental shelf, it's not always like that. And states may not exercise the discretion to withhold their consent in respect of marine scientific projects to be undertaken in accordance with the provisions of this part on the continental shelf beyond the 200 nautical miles from the baselines, from with the breadth the territorial seas measured, outside those specific areas which the coastal states may at any time publicly designate as areas in which exploratory or exploitation or detailed exploratory operations focused on those areas are occurring or will occur within a reasonable period of time. You know, coastal states have to give a reasonable notice of the designation of those areas, but they don't have to say what's happening. So I always make this. This is a disclaimer because you are scientists, you know better than I do in this case. The inner continental shelf in the 1958 conventions, it was based on the depth and exploitability criteria. In the 1982 convention, it went to the distance criteria. So this would always match the coast. but the outer continental shelf is defined by many other factors, geology of the seabed, so sediment. So whereas this will be like this would be somewhat irregular, but for the purposes of this slide, I made them the same. So in accordance to Article 246, paragraph 6, if I designate these two areas as areas in which exploitation or detailed exploratory operations are occurring right now, I can withhold my consent. So if you tell me, I'm going to propose a research in this area, and it covers this, I can withhold it because no, you cannot take it there because I am doing something there. The same applies. If MSR will occur within a reasonable period of time, then I can withhold in those areas. But outside these areas, the coastal state cannot withhold its consent. Okay. Now, Article 246, paragraph 6, paragraph 3 says, as I said before, to this end, coastal states shall establish rules and procedures ensuring that such consent will not be delayed or denied unreasonably. This is very important that states do so. In fact, that's why at the Institute we focus on ensuring this on our, we call them students, but they're maritime officers from all over the world, and ensuring that when they go back, they would promote the legislation on this point. Now, let me tell you, as far as consent is concerned, that's where we finish. It's 11. So, because I could go into the procedural issues, but it will take longer. I think stop there. I don't know. Because I don't want to disrupt the program. We continue? Yes. Okay, let's say I'm not going to deal with the legal status of research installation, but this, because this is important. Now, it says, let's deal with, because remember, I said in the territorial sea, you need express consent. In the exclusive economic zone and continental shelf, you need consent. So there is a possibility of considering that a state has given consent even if it hasn't expressed himself. Now, marine scientific research projects under the auspices on international organizations. A coastal state which is a member or has bilateral agreement with an international organization shall be deemed to have authorized the project, even if he doesn't say, yes, go ahead, if that state approved the project when the decision was made by the organization, or is willing to participate in it, or has not. I make a pause there. Sometimes when I need the students to remember something back at work, as ridiculous as it may sound, but it works, I tell them, this is the magic number. And just by the use of those words, the magic number, they will remember it. You know, so in this case, when I teach marine scientific research, I say the magic number is 4 months. You know, the magic number is 4 months. And here is it, because if you say, I will participate, or if you voted in favor, you don't have to give consent already. Or if you did not do anything, but you did not express any objection within 4 months, the magic number, within 4 months of notification of the project by the organization of the coastal state. That's a risk. You're sitting down at your desk, a pile of papers this big, and one is the request. You say, yes, yes, I will deal with it later. And it came out 5 months out of the drawer. There's nothing you can do. You gave consent. So that's dangerous for the state. These requests have to be treated with utmost care and diligence. So that is how the convention protected the scientific community. Because if the state delays unreasonably, you can go ahead. So the magic number is 4 months, like the priests say in a wedding, speak now or forever hold your peace. You know? So that is a way of implying consent. And also says, let me see, states or competent international organizations then may proceed with a scientific project 6 months after they gave the notification, unless, again, the magic number, unless within 4 months of receipt of the communication containing such information, the coastal states has informed the researching state that it withheld its consent in accordance with the provisions of Article 46? They said no. Or that the information, because there is a duty to provide information, which we will mention soon, that the information given by that state or competent international organization regarding the nature and objectives of the project does not manifestly agree with the facts. Sometimes you tell me, I will do this, but clearly you will do that. So if the coastal state says, listen, this don't match, then it can withhold this consent, or it requires more information. What you provided is not enough. Or this is not the first time you requested consent. You promised to do certain things, but there are outstanding obligations from past research projects. So if that is the case, you cannot proceed. But if you have done everything and given everything properly, 6 months after you presented the request, you can proceed. And the coastal state would have been deemed to have been given its consent. Now, so that is implied consent. But as I said, when we said here, the information given by the state, because the convention requires the researching state to provide information to the coastal state in accordance with Article 248. Let me just accept this person because he's taking. Now, when you are applying for research, it says that states and competent international organizations which intend to undertake research shall not less than 6 months from when you expect to begin give information to the states with a full description of the nature and objectives of the project. What do you intend to do? The method and means, including name, tonnage of the ship, type and class of vessels, and a description of the scientific equipment. You have to tell them everything you're going to use. The precise geographical areas where the project is to be conducted, the expected date of first appearance and last departure, the name of the sponsoring institution, its director, and the person in charge of the project, and the extent to which is considered that the coastal state should be represented or be able to participate in the project. That's very important because coastal states have a right to be represented or participate in research projects undertaken by other states. Now, that's the information that needs to be provided, but there is a duty to comply with certain conditions. It says these are the conditions. First, the researching state shall ensure the right of the coastal state, if it so desires, to participate or be represented in the marine scientific research project, especially on board research vessels and other crafts or scientific research installations, when practicable, listen to this carefully, without payment of any remuneration to scientists of the coastal state and without obligation to contribute to the project. In other words, the researching state can allow scientists of the coastal state to come on board to participate or represent the state, but there's no obligation to pay for it. The coastal state has to pay for it. But it is advisable that when you plan a research, you budget for it. Because depending on the state that you approach and say, listen, we intend 6 months before us with it. We intend to carry out this project in November, and you apply in May. And the coastal state will usually, I say, reply, I really want to give you consent, but the budget has already been allocated. So we need to be represented, but we don't have money for our scientists. So what we'll do is wait a year, and in the next budget, we will include it. It's never going to happen. So you might as well budget and pay for the scientists, because you may find this stumbling block. If you find a state that is diligent, if you're lucky, good. But if not, I would suggest budget for it because you may have to pay for it. You have to provide the coastal state at its request with preliminary reports, and as soon as practicable, with the final results and conclusions of the research. you have to undertake to provide samples and data that can be divided without detriment. You know, just as ridiculous as it may sound, if you're studying fisheries and you collect 2 fish, you give 1 fish for you and 1 to a state, but you don't have to cut it in half and lose its scientific value. I mean, this is the most ridiculous illustration, but we can deal with it in all types of data gathering. Another important point is that you have to provide the state with an assessment of the data samples and provide with an assessment of their interpretation, because the coastal state may not understand what you're providing. So you have to explain what is there. And ensure, subject to paragraph 2, that the research results are made internationally available as soon as possible. You should also inform the coastal state immediately of any major change in the research project. Because if you start doing something as per the condition and it changes and you don't inform and the coastal state does not give consent to that state, it may ask you to suspend it. And if you don't correct it, it may ask you to terminate the project. Unless otherwise agreed, you cannot abandon research installations. In the maritime zones, you have to remove the equipment once the research is complete. Now, all those obligations are in relation to pure research. So you have an obligation in normal circumstances to grant your consent, but it's not indiscriminate. The research state has a lot of obligations like this. And paragraph 2 makes it clear that this article is without prejudice to the conditions established by the laws and regulations of the coastal state for the exercise of its discretion to grant or withhold consent pursuant to Article 246, paragraph 5. So when you're dealing with applied research, for example, and the coastal state wishes to withhold, to exercise its discretion, to withhold its consent, it can impose anything. It can require, listen, you need a license from the government like this and it costs you this much. You need to pay this fee. In fact, you may need to register a vessel under my flag. It's entirely up to them. They can put any conditions that they wish because it's their prerogative. But in the case of pure research, they should grant it, but all these obligations have to be met. Then to finalize, suspension and cessation. A coastal state, once it gives the consent to carry out the research, can do very little, cannot interfere, and it can only request suspension or cessation if there are very few circumstances provided. For example, if the research activities are not being conducted in accordance with the information that they communicated, yes, they have communicated and they are based in the consent on this. Or if the coastal state or competent international organizations are conducting the research, they fail to comply with the provisions of the coastal state in relation to the representation or participation of the coastal states. And then the coastal state has the right to request the cessation of marine scientific research activities in something that amounts to a major change in the research project, and may also request a cessation of marine scientific research activities if any of the situations contemplated in paragraph 1 are not rectified within a reasonable period of time. Now, this brief presentation, because then we will move to a legal status of research installation, this brief presentation was aimed to provide the general principles of marine scientific research, the different maritime zones in relation purely to the consent regime, and the mechanics of requesting consent from the states. I know it's very brief. That time is not allowed to go into more detail, but any questions you may have, I may be happy to address. Okay. And once again, thank you very much for the invitation.
Grazie per questa interessantissima presentazione. Vediamo che ci dà una mano. Grazie, ecco, grazie molte. Devo dire, Franco, che dobbiamo attrezzarci con un legale per poter organizzare queste campagne oceanografiche, perché vedo che effettivamente c'è la necessità di uniformare tutte le richieste a seconda delle zone nelle quali si va ad operare. Rimango molto colpita dal fatto che il mare aperto non ci sia alcun tipo, mi pare di capire, di norma che regolamenti le azioni e venga tutto lasciato alla discrezionalità, diciamo, dei progetti di ricerca. Questo un po' mi preoccupa perché non ho molta fiducia nell'uomo e come dire, negli obiettivi che andiamo a perseguire. Se ci fossero solo i ricercatori e solo la ricerca potrebbe andare bene, ma comunque grazie perché ci ha dato veramente un'ispirazione importante e anche ci ha fatto capire quanto effettivamente per tutte le aree costiere sia importante la relazione con le capitanerie di Porto, perché mi pare di capire che effettivamente tutto debba essere assolutamente autorizzato. C'è poi quella zona intermedia in cui veramente c'è una criticità notevole e nella quale bisogna assolutamente indagare. Noi, oltre all'Antartide, abbiamo anche una importante criticità che riguarda gli strumenti autonomi di misura e quindi come utilizzare gli strumenti che si muovono da soli in mare e che vanno dalla zona economica esclusiva verso il mare aperto, non certo nelle aree costiere, e quindi come avere tutte le autorizzazioni per svolgere questa importante attività. Sappiamo che la ricerca sta andando verso l'uso di questi strumenti, però ancora le norme che supportano l'uso degli strumenti sono abbastanza discutibili e variano da stato a stato. E mi permetto di dire a volte anche da capitaneria a capitaneria, però di questo sarà importante. Grazie effettivamente per questo contributo. Quindi passiamo subito la parola al professor Scovazzi che ci farà una relazione da remoto, professore dell'Università degli Studi di Milano Bicocca, e ci farà entrare nel mondo dell'Antartide parlandoci degli spazi marittimi secondo il diritto del mare e il caso specifico dell'Antartide. Professore. Ecco, professore, a lei la parola, grazie.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wish to thank the organizers of this meeting for the invitation to present a report. I only regret that due to other commitments this afternoon in Milan, I was unable to attend personally the meeting. I'm asking you whether I should speak in English or in Italian. What would be better for the audience? Italian? So, I have understood Italian e quindi parlerò in italiano. La mia presentazione riguarda gli spazi marittimi in generale, con qualche precisazione riguardo all'Antartide. Il primo principio di diritto internazionale è che la terra domina il mare, nel senso che la sovranità su degli spazi marini dipende dalla sovranità territoriale su di un territorio. E quindi, o meglio, su una zona costiera, con la conseguenza che gli stati che non hanno una costa non hanno zone costiere e anche che se uno stato perde una costa, perde anche automaticamente i propri diritti su qualsiasi zona costiera. Per esempio nel 1992, con l'indipendenza dell'Eritrea, l'Etiopia, che prima aveva una costa e un mare territoriale, una piattaforma continentale sul Mar Rosso, ha perso ogni diritto su zone marittime. Oggi Il regime giuridico è regolato dalla Convenzione delle Nazioni Unite sul diritto del mare, un trattato di codificazione concluso nel 1982, entrato in vigore nel 1994, di cui oggi sono parti molti stati, compresa l'Italia, sia pure con qualche eccezione di stati importanti come gli Stati Uniti, che non sono ancora parte. Vedete sul grafico le zone costiere. Ringrazio la professoressa Tani che mi ha risparmiato la fatica di proiettare, anche perché spesso combino dei guai elettronici, essendo un semi-analfabeta elettronico. E vedete che sulla prima figura, quella sulle zone costiere, che abbiamo un mare territoriale di 12 miglia come misura massima. Quasi tutti gli stati hanno un mare territoriale di 12 miglia, nel quale si esercita la piena sovranità dello Stato costiero, come se fosse il proprio territorio, con l'unica eccezione del passaggio inoffensivo. Il passaggio è inoffensivo se non porta pregiudizio alla pace e alla sicurezza dello Stato costiero. Ci sono determinate attività che sono incompatibili con il concetto di passaggio inoffensivo, per esempio la ricerca scientifica, per esempio la pesca, per esempio l'imbarco o lo sbarco di persone, per esempio le esercitazioni navali militari. Comunque, se il passaggio è inoffensivo, tutti gli stati hanno diritto di passare nel mare territoriale. Vedete però che il mare territoriale si misura da una linea che si chiama linea di base del mare territoriale. Normalmente la linea di base coincide con la bassa marea. Però in certi casi geografici, che costituiscono delle eccezioni, se cioè ci sono delle profonde indentazioni o se c'è una frangia di isole lungo la costa, la linea di base del mare territoriale, torniamo indietro alla prima figura, sì, la linea di base del mare territoriale si misura non dalla linea di bassa marea, ma da segmenti tracciati in mare che congiungono i punti salienti dalla costa. Qui manca una precisione geometrica. Si dice in generale che le linee di base rette, queste linee, non devono discostarsi in modo apprezzabile dalla direzione generale della costa. Ma non c'è un limite massimo in miglia, per esempio 12 o 24, dei singoli segmenti della linea di base. Quindi se vediamo qualche esempio di linee di base diritte, ecco la Norvegia, vedete che la Norvegia ha istituito già nel 1951 e poi, anzi in precedenza già nel 1935 per la parte più settentrionale della costa, un sistema di linee di base diritte. Tutti i punti sono collocati su isole o su isolotti, anche se non si vedono sulla carta, ma il caso della Norvegia ha dato origine a questa regola eccezionale ed è un caso quasi unico. Vi sono moltissime profonde indentazioni che si chiamano fiordi, parola che ha origine da una parola norvegese, e c'è una fitta schiera di isole lungo tutta la costa norvegese. Un altro esempio che potete vedere nella carta successiva è nelle vicinanze di Trieste la linea di base diritta istituita già nel 1948 dalla Jugoslavia e confermata con qualche piccola variante anche dalla Croazia. Anche nel caso della Croazia vi è una fitta schiera di isole, isolotti lungo la costa, anzi bisogna dire che la Croazia è stata abbastanza moderata nella propria linea di base diritta, in quanto alcune isole, come ad esempio Vis, cioè Lizia, e altre isole nell'Adriatico, non sono state incluse nel sistema di linee di base diritte croato. Andando avanti, vediamo il sistema di linee di base diritte dell'Islanda. Anche qui abbiamo delle baie, delle profonde indentazioni, anche se alcune di queste linee, ovviamente tutto va visto in relazione alla scala della carta, sembrano abbastanza lunghe. Il segmento più lungo, in questo caso, misura 60 circa miglia marine, ma come ho detto non c'è nella regola un limite massimo. Il caso dell'Italia ha un sistema di linee di base rette istituito nel 77 che riguarda parti della costa italiana, ad esempio più nel Tirreno che nell'Adriatico, e in questo caso può essere discutibile se l'arcipelago toscano, ad esempio, è una schiera di isole nelle immediate vicinanze della costa, se il Golfo di Gela sia una profonda insenatura, se le isole pontine possano essere collegate. Quindi abbiamo un caso diverso dal caso tipico norvegese che può essere aperto a qualche discussione. Un altro esempio può essere, andando avanti, la linea di base dell'Australia nella parte orientale di questo stato. Vedete che in questo caso la linea di base retta è situata all'interno della grande barriera corallina australiana, che è situata ad una certa, dalle 50 miglia in su, distanza dalla costa, quindi un esempio, se vogliamo, di moderazione dell'Australia, che non ha utilizzato le isole della grande barriera corallina ai fini della propria linea di base. L'esempio successivo credo che sia il Canada. Il Canada ha istituito una linea di base diritta che congiunge tutte le isole dell'arcipelago artico canadese e le racchiude in una zona di acque interne, e anche qui vi sono molte discussioni, dato la lunghezza dei singoli segmenti, quasi 100 miglia nautiche in certi casi. Quindi molti stati hanno istituito un sistema di linee di base rette e la cosa si presta a varie discussioni. Qui vediamo un dettaglio nel caso di Monaco. Monaco è il più piccolo stato costiero e il sistema di linee di base rette francese non chiude Monaco all'interno di un segmento che avrebbe potuto congiungere Cap d'Isle con Cap Martin, proprio perché in base alla Convenzione sul diritto del mare c'è una regola che uno Stato non può, tramite il proprio sistema di linee di base rette, impedire a un altro Stato un accesso diretto all'alto mare. A differenza di quanto avviene nel mare territoriale, non c'è un diritto di passaggio inoffensivo nelle acque interne, le acque comprese tra le linee di base retta e la costa sono acque interne e quindi vi è una discrezionalità totale dello Stato costiero nel determinare il regime di passaggio nelle acque interne. Questo è un caso eccezionale introdotto dalla Convenzione sul diritto del mare. Nel caso in cui vi sia un delta e una costa altamente instabile, possono essere determinati dei punti all'esterno del limite massimo raggiunto da questa costa e la linea di base si ha come determinata da questi punti. Si tratta di un caso unico nella baia del Bengala, di una costa altamente mobile che va e retrocede nel corso dell'anno a seconda di fenomeni come i monsoni e la portata dei fiumi, in questo caso il Gange, e quindi questi fenomeni di costa variabile sono risolti in modo più favorevole allo stato costiero. Si è posto il dubbio se la stessa eccezione sia applicabile in un caso di costa instabile, in un altro caso, come quello delle piattaforme glaciali che si hanno nelle zone artiche e antartiche. Anche in questo caso la costa può essere instabile in quanto si staccano enormi iceberg e cambia la conformazione della costa. Però mi sembra che il caso del Bangladesh sia regolamentato da questa norma che richiede la presenza di un delta e quindi negli spazi polari, nel caso di piattaforme glaciali, non abbiamo una presenza di un delta e quindi l'eccezione non dovrebbe essere applicabile e quindi anche la linea di base cambia a seconda dell'andamento della piattaforma glaciale. Tra l'altro non ci sono fiumi, almeno di una minima portata in Antartide e quindi il caso mi sembra completamente diverso. Se passiamo a un'altra eccezione, in questo caso abbiamo la baia. Qui abbiamo delle regole geometricamente precise nella Convenzione. Si può chiudere una baia se sono soddisfatte due condizioni che devono concorrere: la superficie della baia deve essere uguale, sto cercando la norma, deve essere uguale o superiore a quella del semicerchio tracciato avente come diametro la linea congiungente i punti di entrata naturale della baia. Quindi nel primo esempio in alto abbiamo uguaglianza delle superfici, quindi si può chiudere la baia. Nel secondo esempio abbiamo una superficie superiore e quindi si può chiudere. Nel secondo esempio abbiamo una superficie inferiore, quindi la baia non può essere chiusa. Nel terzo esempio la superficie della baia è superiore e quindi la baia può essere chiusa. Nel caso di baie ci possono essere dei dubbi, per esempio qui non si capisce bene da un lato quale sia il punto di entrata naturale della baia e quindi come tracciare la linea che chiude l'imboccatura della baia, ma in genere questa regola del semicerchio porta ad una precisione matematica. La seconda condizione è che la lunghezza del segmento di chiusura della baia non deve essere superiore a 24 miglia nautiche. Se è superiore, la baia non può essere chiusa, può essere chiusa all'interno dove abbiamo un segmento che raggiunga questa distanza di 24 miglia. Questa è la regola, però gli stati hanno immaginato molte eccezioni alla regola e queste eccezioni riguardano il caso delle cosiddette baie storiche. Questa è una lacuna nella Convenzione sul diritto del mare che non ci dà una definizione di che cosa sia una baia storica. La Convenzione si limita a dire che le regole sulle baie non si applicano alle cosiddette baie storiche, senza dirci però che cosa sia una baia storica. Nel diritto internazionale gli studiosi di solito dicono che occorrono 3 condizioni per cui si ha una baia storica: il possesso esclusivo da parte di uno Stato che esercita la propria autorità su quelle acque, per esempio l'emanazione di regole che riguardino la pesca, altre attività che si esercitano nella baia, l'esercizio da tempo immemorabile di tale possesso esclusivo, risalente indietro nel tempo, e l'acquiescenza, cioè la tacita accettazione da parte di altri stati che si conformano alla pretesa di questo Stato. Ma anche qui non vi è molta certezza. Che cosa significa l'esercizio di autorità? Da quanto tempo deve risalire? Che cosa succede se alcuni stati accettano queste pretese ma altri non le accettano? Ancora una maggiore incertezza sia quando si avanzano teorie sulle cosiddette baie vitali, cioè vi sarebbe un interesse dello Stato costiero nel esercitare la propria autorità su questa baia per la tutela di interessi vitali, ma non si capisce bene quali, interessi militari, interessi economici, che sono propri dello Stato costiero. Quindi la teoria delle baie storiche, cioè di baie che non soddisfano né l'una o l'altra caratteristica delle baie, cioè il semicerchio o il limite di 24 miglia, sono molto confuse. E in queste figure voi potete vedere alcuni casi di baie storiche, cominciando magari dalla prima, il Golfo di Panama, rivendicato da Panama, una linea di chiusura di circa 110 miglia. Poi, passando a un altro, la baia di Pietro il Grande, rivendicata prima dall'Unione Sovietica e oggi dalla Russia, dove vi è il principale porto militare russo del Pacifico, Vladivostok, che è rivendicata come baia storica, linea di chiusura di 119 miglia. Nel Mediterraneo abbiamo due pretese di baie storiche, il Golfo della Sirte. In questo caso abbiamo la più lunga linea di chiusura tracciata in mare, 306 miglia, rivendicato dalla Libia, e il Golfo di Taranto, pure rivendicato come baia storica da parte dell'Italia. La linea di chiusura è di 61 miglia. Un'ultima eccezione per quanto riguarda la linea di base del mare territoriale è per gli stati arcipelago. In questo caso è una innovazione introdotta dalla Convenzione sul diritto del mare. Devono essere soddisfatte due condizioni. Prima di tutto, le linee di base non possono eccedere 100 miglia nautiche, quindi si misura il mare territoriale a partire dalle linee di base arcipelagiche e le acque all'interno sono acque arcipelagiche, e per un numero massimo del 3% di questi segmenti si può eccedere le 100 miglia fino ad arrivare a 125 miglia. L'eccezione è stata costruita appositamente per il caso dell'Indonesia. E la seconda condizione è che il rapporto tra acqua e terra all'interno delle linee di base arcipelagiche deve collocarsi tra 1:1 e 9:1, cioè non ci deve essere troppa acqua all'interno delle linee di base arcipelagiche, l'acqua non deve essere 9 volte superiore alle terre, ma neppure ci deve essere troppa terra. Quindi se passiamo a qualche caso specifico, abbiamo un tipico stato arcipelago, le Filippine. Qui le condizioni sono pienamente rispettate. Poi, passando a un altro caso, Capo Verde, qui le condizioni non erano rispettate perché una delle linee eccedeva 100 miglia nautiche e quindi la legislazione di Capo Verde è stata poi modificata spostando verso l'interno le linee di base arcipelagiche. E infine abbiamo Sao Tomé e Principe. In questo caso invece sono rispettate le condizioni per le linee di base arcipelagiche. Bene, tornando alla carta generale, quella sulle zone costiere, devo dire che per quanto riguarda il transito, delle regole speciali si applicano agli stretti internazionali, cioè le sovrapposizioni di mare territoriale. Da una parte rispetto all'altra ci sono meno di 24 miglia e c'è un particolare regime di passaggio in transito negli stretti usati per la navigazione internazionale che è più favorevole per gli stati terzi rispetto al regime di passaggio inoffensivo che vale nel mare territoriale. Quando pensiamo al passaggio non dobbiamo pensare soltanto agli interessi economici della navigazione militare, ma dobbiamo pensare anche agli interessi strategici della mobilità delle flotte. E nel caso di stretti internazionali, le differenze principali sono che il passaggio non può mai essere sospeso, poi il regime di passaggio in transito si applica non soltanto alle navi, ma anche agli aeromobili per quanto riguarda il sorvolo, e infine il passaggio deve essere svolto dalle navi secondo il loro normale modo di navigazione, e questo vuol dire che i sommergibili negli stretti internazionali possono passare in immersione, mentre per quanto riguarda il passaggio inoffensivo nel mare territoriale, i sommergibili devono invece navigare in superficie e mostrare la loro bandiera. Se torniamo alla carta generale, quella con le zone costiere, vediamo che oltre al mare territoriale abbiamo una zona contigua di altre 24 miglia, nella quale lo Stato costiero può esercitare diritti in materia doganale, fiscale, sanitaria, di immigrazione. E poi abbiamo la carta in scala, la zona economica esclusiva, che arriva a 200 miglia nautiche, nella quale lo Stato costiero può esercitare diritti per quanto riguarda lo sfruttamento delle risorse economiche, risorse viventi, cioè biologiche, pesci e altri animali marini, e risorse minerali del fondo marino, a partire dal petrolio, anche una giurisdizione in materia di ricerca scientifica. Il professor Martinez ha spiegato molto bene poco fa tutte le sfumature del consenso, e una giurisdizione in materia di protezione dell'ambiente e installazioni artificiali. Mentre gli stati terzi hanno diritti per quanto riguarda le tradizionali libertà di comunicazioni marittime, quindi navigazione, vale la regola della libertà di navigazione come se fosse l'alto mare, c'è un diritto di sorvolo della zona economica esclusiva e c'è un diritto di posa di cavi e condotte sottomarine. Il fondo marino, cosiddetta piattaforma continentale, è dato allo Stato costiero o nel limite di 200 miglia, che è lo stesso limite della zona economica esclusiva, o se il margine continentale va oltre le 200 miglia fino al limite esterno del margine continentale, che è un concetto geologico di difficile definizione, che è stato introdotto dalla Convenzione sul diritto del mare, e comunque non oltre le 350 miglia dalla costa. E per la determinazione del limite esterno del margine continentale c'è una procedura con una speciale commissione prevista dall'allegato 2 della Convenzione, che può, sulla base di proposte, di domande fatte dagli stati costieri, fare delle raccomandazioni che, se sono accettate dagli stati costieri, costituiscono il limite esterno del margine continentale, e se non sono accettate danno luogo ad una procedura di revisione. Bene, Per quanto riguarda gli spazi polari, il principio fondamentale è che c'è una totale differenza tra i due spazi polari, dal punto di vista naturale e anche dal punto di vista giuridico. Il polo nord è mare circondato da terre, il polo sud è terra, un continente circondato dal mare. Altra differenza, che mentre per il polo nord non abbiamo un trattato generale che regoli le attività in questo spazio, per il polo sud abbiamo un trattato accettato da molti stati. Gli stati parti sono 56, tutti gli stati che sono attivi in Antartide sono parti del Trattato Antartico. Al Trattato Antartico, che è stato concluso nel 1959, sono seguiti altri trattati che definiscono il regime antartico in specifiche materie, come la Convenzione sulla protezione delle foche antartiche, che è del 72, la Convenzione sulla conservazione delle risorse marine viventi dell'Antartide, che è del 1980, e il Protocollo sulla protezione dell'ambiente, che è del 1991, e che è stato completato da 6 allegati. C'è quindi un regime speciale in Antartide che è caratterizzato dal fatto che vi erano delle pretese territoriali in Antartide, che vedete sulla carta, che in alcuni casi si sovrapponevano. Per esempio, nell'area vicina alla penisola antartica e al continente sudamericano si sovrapponevano le pretese di Regno Unito, Argentina e Cile. Poi, andando verso sud, vi era un settore non rivendicato da nessuno, quindi esiste ancora oggi uno spazio nullius sul pianeta, che è il settore antartico non rivendicato da nessuno, e poi vediamo altri settori, quello rivendicato dalla Nuova Zelanda. Sto cercando di leggere il messaggio che mi è arrivato, ma lo vedo. Se mi può dire a voce il comandante del prete il messaggio, perché non riesco molto. Ah, sì. Penso. Sì, se vi sono convenzioni sui popoli indigeni che vivono nell'Artico, ovviamente, nell'Antartico non vi sono popolazioni indigene, non c'è un trattato in generale sui popoli indigeni, sulla conservazione della cultura e delle attività tradizionali dei popoli indigene, artici, e quindi la questione va vista sulla base delle norme che sono adottate sul piano nazionale dai singoli stati. Tornando all'Antartide, vi è il settore della Nuova Zelanda, il settore dell'Australia, che è frammentato in due parti dal piccolo settore francese per arrivare al settore norvegese. Quindi 7 stati hanno rivendicazione in Antartide, altri stati non riconoscono queste rivendicazioni, in particolare 3 stati membri permanenti del Consiglio di sicurezza delle Nazioni Unite non riconoscono rivendicazioni territoriali in Antartide, cioè gli Stati Uniti, la Russia e la Cina. Anche l'Italia non riconosce rivendicazioni di sovranità in Antartide. In questa confusione di rivendicazioni e di rifiuto delle rivendicazioni, nel 1959 il Trattato Antartico ha bloccato la situazione. Quindi le rivendicazioni non sono pregiudicate, esistono ancora. Il rifiuto di accettazione delle rivendicazioni non è pregiudicato, vale ancora. Per il periodo di vigore del Trattato Antartico, sperabilmente molti anni, la situazione viene congelata. Cioè, con il Trattato Antartico si stabilisce una cooperazione tra gli Stati, sia quelli che rivendicano, sia quelli che non rivendicano, lasciando accantonata la questione territoriale. E proprio questo ha consentito lo stabilimento di una proficua cooperazione sulla base dei principi antartici del trattato, cioè non uso militare del continente antartico, incoraggiamento e promozione della ricerca scientifica sulla base delle riunioni delle parti consultive, protezione dell'ambiente in Antartico. Per esempio, nel 2016 per la prima volta è stata istituita un'area protetta marina in Antartico, nel mare di Ross, è la più grande area protetta marina esistente al mondo, 1,5 milioni di chilometri quadrati, divisa in varie zone. Quindi, proprio sulla base di questo congelamento delle pretese è stato possibile istituire la cooperazione in Antartide. Certamente le pretese esistono. Nel periodo di durata del Trattato Antartico non è consentito avanzare nuove pretese né allargare le pretese già esistenti, quindi eventuali pretese di zone costiere. L'Australia, ad esempio, ha stabilito una zona economica esclusiva anche al largo del settore australiano dell'Antartide, non dovrebbero essere consentite in base al Trattato Antartico. L'Australia fornisce una interpretazione particolare del divieto di allargamento, di istituzione di nuove pretese, ma in definitiva abbiamo un regime speciale che avvantaggia particolarmente la ricerca scientifica, sia sugli spazi continentali, sia sugli spazi marini del regime antartico. Ad esempio, per quanto riguarda il limite antartico, normalmente è il 60° parallelo di latitudine sud in base al Trattato Antartico, ma il Trattato sulla conservazione delle risorse viventi marine cambia allargando questo limite, portandolo al limite della convergenza antartica, cioè al limite della divisione tra le acque prevalentemente fredde e le acque più temperate, che è tipico dei mari che circondano il continente antartico. Guardando l'orologio, credo che ho parlato per i miei 40 minuti e quindi sono obbligato a fermarmi qui. Credo di avere fatto un quadro approssimativo ma abbastanza esauriente delle norme applicabili. Sarò lieto di rispondere a domande. Dico già ora che risponderò a tutte le domande purché siano facili e vi ringrazio per l'attenzione.
Grazie mille professore, è stato veramente molto esaustivo e siamo un po' in ritardo con i tempi, quindi voglio farvi una proposta. Anticipiamo un velocissimo coffee break e poi facciamo i 3 interventi, va bene a lei? Sì. Va bene, poi facciamo gli interventi conclusivi di seguito, così poi rispettiamo i tempi. Per cui diciamo che sono le 12, riprendiamo alle 12:05. 5 minuti di coffee break. Grazie.
Offriamo un caffè a distanza al professor Scovazzi.
Esatto.
Sì, mi sposto di qualche metro e vado a prendere un caffè. Va bene, grazie.
Grazie professore.
Perché devo dire, diciamo,
con cui noi abbiamo anche delle ottime collaborazioni e speriamo di consolidarle sempre di più. Bene, allora il dottor Gerbetz, giusto? Bene. Sì. Ci parlerà della libera navigazione, della sicurezza della navigazione, la prospettiva adriatica e mediterranea. Certamente noi abbiamo questo focus all'Antartide, ma non possiamo dimenticare che lavoriamo in Adriatico e Mediterraneo moltissimo, per cui dobbiamo essere ferrati anche relativamente a questo. A lei la parola e grazie infinite.
Gentilissimi signori e signore, è veramente un piacere essere oggi qui, anche diciamo così come un'occasione diciamo, di un collegamento, di una cooperazione che direi abbastanza molto sviluppata tra l'istituzione, tra l'Associazione Italiana di Diritto Marittimo e quella slovena, a parte ovviamente l'università. Il mio nome è Mitja Gerbetz, sono avvocato Capodistria, qua vicino, sono anche segretario generale dell'Associazione Slovena di Diritto Marittimo, insegno all'Università di Litorale, non da tanto, sono stato, diciamo, tanti anni fa, ho lavorato anche con il professore Martinez a Malta, dove ho concluso il mio master e anche il dottorato, e dove ho anche studiato per un paio di anni. La relazione che farò oggi riguarda la sicurezza marittima e il diritto di navigazione, dove cercherò ovviamente, io sono, come una volta anche il professore Scovazzi ha detto, lui ha detto che è uno scolaro, o scholar of the Mediterranean. Io sono uno studente del Mediterraneo, non tanto diciamo delle zone polari, ma cercherò di fare dei ragionamenti, comparazioni per quanto riguarda la navigazione marittima, diciamo nell'Adriatico, Mediterraneo e anche nelle zone artiche. Il mio intervento lo farò in inglese, così che adesso faccio anch'io lo switch. Cercherò di essere breve, partendo ovviamente dal mare Mediterraneo. I will start, of course, with the Mediterranean Sea, navigation, safety of navigation, and already Professor Scovazzi mentioned before, let's say, the quite intricate jurisdictional status of the Mediterranean, which is a result of its, I would say, its size and dimension, and also, I would say, its history at the end of the day. And it's also dependent on the fact that it's bordered by 3 continents, we can say, with different cultures, religious and levels of economic development. But what is important for our purposes is the fact that the Mediterranean is, of course, an important route of international navigation. Even, let's say, a polar expedition to the polar areas, it starts, let's say, here in Trieste, it has to pass through the Adriatic and through the Mediterranean, and then to go forward. So with regard to the jurisdictional status of the Mediterranean, which is also of particular relevance for the Adriatic Sea and such, but we can say that due to its size, there are no points in the Mediterranean where the coasts of 2 states are more than 400 nautical miles apart. What is the result of this? Well, the first result is the fact that the entire, of course, seabed of the Mediterranean is covered by the continental shelf of its coastal states, although, let's say, not delimited in all cases. But also it means that while all Adriatic and Mediterranean states will proclaim an exclusive economic zone, and this, I suspect, is going to happen in the near future. Also, we could see, let's say, the recent proclamation of the Croatian exclusive economic zone, and of course, also the adoption of the framework law with regard to the Italian. So the result is going to be that once all, let's say, Adriatic and Mediterranean states will proclaim an exclusive economic zone, the high seas will disappear from, let's say, the Mare Nostrum. What is also important from the juridical point of view is the fact that based on Part 9 of the UNCLOS Convention, both the Mediterranean and Adriatic, they are considered to be so-called enclosed or semi-enclosed seas. This is actually a quite a quite interesting category, which at the end of the day, it may influence also when it comes to cooperation in the field of safety at sea. As we will see later on, the cooperation, let's say, in that regard, in this field also among the Adriatic states has been extremely developed, particularly during the last 2 decades. So what is an enclosed or semi-enclosed sea? The UNCLOS Convention it defines it as Gulf, basin, or sea surrounded by 2 or more states and connected to another sea or the ocean by a narrow outlet, or consisting entirely or primarily of the territorial seas and exclusive economic zones of 2 or more coastal states. In the case of both the Mediterranean and Adriatic, we have actually all the 2 requirements are both fulfilled, in the sense that, of course, they are connected to narrow outlets, and also, let's say, their surface would be primarily, or even in the case of the Adriatic and also the Mediterranean, entirely covered by exclusive economic zones of coastal states, of course, when this is going to happen. So it means that this in turn, it triggers, of course, certain obligations, I'm going to explain, based on the provisions of Article 122, which provides that states bordering an enclosed or semi-enclosed sea should cooperate with each other in the exercise of their rights and in the performance of their duties under this convention. Therefore, there is a sort of a general, although mild obligation with regard to cooperation in this, but also there are different other, let's say, more specific areas which are mentioned in the second part of these articles, like, for example, to coordinate the management, conservation, exploration, exploitation of the living resources of the sea. This is the first. A, coordinate the implementation of their rights and duties with respect to the protection and preservation of the marine environment, coordinate their scientific research policies and undertake, where appropriate, joint programs of scientific research in the area, and also to invite, as appropriate, other interested states or international organizations to cooperate with them in furtherance of the provisions of this article. So we said, basically, so far that there are no doubts whether the Mediterranean and Adriatic is an enclosed or semi-enclosed sea. What is not clear, though, it's whether the Arctic Ocean is an enclosed or semi-enclosed sea. And whether, let's say, the provisions of the UNCLOS Convention would be applicable also to cooperation of states among bordering the Arctic Sea. Well, there have been divergent views, more contrary, I would say, than in favor. Those in favor were basically based on the fact that, let's say, the surface of the Arctic Sea would be, or it is primarily, or more than 50%, let's say, composed by the territorial seas and exclusive economic zone of the Arctic states, while the argument in contrary, they were that basically the concept of enclosed or semi-enclosed sea, it was envisaged for the Mediterranean, or the Mediterranean seas, like they were used to call, and not for, let's say, oceans, although smaller one, like the Arctic Sea. So this is maybe a debate which has not really come to an end, but it's definitely an important one. Now, the UNCLOS Convention, of course, it mentions also, when it comes to the prevention of marine pollution, in part 12, there is a specific section, which is, I would say, quite important, also when it comes to navigation in the Arctic, dealing with ice-covered areas, which provides and relating to the EEZs in the Arctic. And it provides in this regard that differently, or like, for example, within the normal EEZ, where the states, of course, they have the right to adopt laws and legislation, but based on the most important international conventions in these fields, like the SOLAS, MARPOL, when it comes. Also with, for example, routing measures and stuff like and things like this. In the case of ice-covered areas, there is no, of course, a definition. Coastal states have the right to adopt and enforce non-discriminatory law and regulations for the prevention, reduction, and control of marine pollution from vessels in ice-covered areas within the limits of the exclusive economic zone, where particularly severe climatic conditions and the presence of ice covering the marine, such areas for the most of the year create obstructions or exceptional hazards in navigation and pollution of the marine environment could cause major harm to or irreversible disturbance of the ecological balance. Such law and regulations shall have due regard to navigation and the protection and preservation of the marine environment based on the best available scientific evidence. So there is, let's say, a basis, let's say, for states in that areas to adopt law, which is, I would say, a little bit different from that, I would say, or substantially different from that of states in other areas. Now, when it comes to safety of navigation, and I'm going to be extremely quick, I'm not going to explain the most important conventions, which are, of course, applicable to vessels, also to polar expeditions, are, of course, the SOLAS Convention, dealing with the minimum standards for the construction, equipment, and operation of ships compatible with their safety, the MARPOL Convention, 73-78, which, of course, it deals with regulations aimed at the prevention of pollution, both operational and accidental in this regard. The STCW Convention with regard to manning and training, certification. And of course, there is another important document, which of course, I'm not going to deal in details. I think that it's going to be presented in, let's say, in our subsequent interventions. But nonetheless, there is the need to mention, let's say, the Polar Code. Therefore, the IMO's International Code for Ships Operating in Polar Waters, which of course, it's integral part of the MARPOL, of the SOLAS Convention, but it upgrades, as you can see from this, I would say, quite simple, the various rules to make them with regard to the equipment, with regard to design construction, with regard to operations and manning, taking into account or making it, let's say, fit for purpose for the harsh Arctic environment. So what I'm going to discuss today, and maybe it's a topic, are, let's say, safety of navigation in the Adriatic and Ionian Sea. This is based on a sort of, let's say, on a research that we undertaken together with Professor Tullio Scovazzi and with Professor Ilaria Tani, and which was basically a research on international agreements, of course, in addition to, let's say, to international standards in the field of safety at sea, which regulates the field of safety at sea and protection of the Mediterranean, protection of the marine environment, particularly in the Adriatic, but also in the Ionian Sea, therefore the central Mediterranean. Well, what is interesting, and maybe to have a sort of a historical perspective, is the fact that, let's say, an important milestone, we may call it like this, in the sub-regional environmental protection of the Adriatic was the conclusion of the 1974 Agreement on Cooperation and Prevention of Pollution of the Adriatic Waters and in Coastal Zones, which was adopted, let's say, by the then former Yugoslavia and Italy. Basically, that was a sort of framework convention. It did not go really into details, but actually an important achievement in this regard was basically the establishment of a joint commission for the protection of the Adriatic Sea against pollution. This was actually, of course, a commission composed by members of both states with the aim to propose, let's say, the adoption of new agreements in this field, which was after the breakup of the former Yugoslavia. It was renamed as the Trilateral Commission, because at the very beginning it was formed by Croatia, Italy, and Slovenia, and which was important in the preparation of, I would say, important international treaties in the field of safety at sea or applicable to the safety at sea in the Adriatic. So what is also interesting when we researched this area of the various international agreements concluded between Adriatic and Ionian states, it was the fact that the majority of them, or we should say 90% of them, they were concluded on the same day. And that was on the 19th of May, 2000, on the occasion of the launching of the Adriatic-Ionian Initiative in Ancona, the so-called Ancona Declaration or Ancona Initiative. And what is also interesting, it's actually the approach which was taken. I'm referring to it also from the standpoint that now more than 20 years have passed and that maybe now it would be a good moment or time, and I know that there are projects working on this to upgrade the various rules applicable to safety at sea in the Adriatic and Ionian Sea. And the report which was adopted particularly in the case relating to ship reporting and ship routing, it was the fact that there was first a network of bilateral or trilateral agreement between Adriatic and Ionian states, and then a joint proposal to the IMO to approve, let's say, the agreed measures on the international level. And basically speaking, the group of international agreements which were concluded in the Adriatic and Ionian, they can be divided in 4 groups in this regard. Well, there is the first group related to mandatory ship reporting, a group of agreements dealing with routing measures, vessel traffic service, also an important part, and search and rescue at sea. So the first, of course, group of agreements in this regard is related to the establishment of a mandatory ship reporting system in the Adriatic Sea. It's related usually as the ADRIREP, or the Adriatic traffic. And in this regard, there was first a trilateral memorandum of understanding concluded between Italy, Slovenia, and Croatia, which was then supplemented by 2 bilateral agreements concluded between Italy and Albania and Italy and Serbia and Montenegro. So first we had this network of bilateral agreements, which were basically model forms concluded on the very same day. And in the second step, there was a joint proposal by all Adriatic states, basically to the IMO, to confirm the agreed measures, in this case, of course, relating to reporting obligation on an international level by the IMO. And this actually happened in December 2002, when the IMO, upon a joint proposal by all Adriatic states, also formally confirmed the Adriatic traffic with its entry into force as of 1st of July 2003. So the difference, and I'm just say showing the international convention, which the international agreement which formed part of this network. Well, there was first of all an agreement, a memorandum for understanding between Croatia, Italy, and Slovenia. Therefore, a trilateral agreement with regard to the North Adriatic. Agreement separate between Italy and at that time Yugoslavia. Nowadays, of course, we refer to succession to Montenegro. Agreement between Albania and Italy, and of course, then let's say it was the ship reporting system adopted by the IMO for the Adriatic Sea, the ADRIREP, which was undertaken through IMO Resolution 139/76, and which specifies actually that the ship reporting system is mandatory for all oil tanker ships of 150 gross tonnage and above, and all ships of 300 gross tonnage and above, carrying on board as cargo dangerous or polluting goods in bulk or in packages. So we can see that basically the scope of application of this agreement, it's not extremely broad. Maybe today there can be a discussion about broadening it with regard to participating ships, therefore not maybe to all ships carrying dangerous and hazardous substances, not just, let's say, or to oil tankers, or maybe to include also a category of, let's say, general category of ship based on gross tonnage. But that at that point, of course, we're referring to the year 2000, it was quite an achievement. The geographical coverage of the mandatory ship reporting system includes the whole Adriatic Sea north from latitude 402500 north. It can be seen here, and definitely not going to explain the details to professionals in this regards, but we can see that the Adriatic Sea is divided in 5 sectors, and there is the need to report, of course, on different occasions, on entry or onto the exit. Well, maybe the lacuna of this system is that, at least according to the resolution provided for voice communication, which nowadays is maybe it's an outdated way, but nonetheless, let's say that was definitely an important achievement at that point in time. Of course, the resolution also contained standard forms with regard to reporting. The first report, the final report, and as I said, the IMO resolution specifies all times and geographical position for submitting reports via VOHF, by operating a distinction depending on whether the ship is navigating northwards or southwards, is crossing the Adriatic Sea, or falls into special cases. Now, by making a comparison with Arctic zones, and this is why we try also to make a reference to the topic of our, there is also an interesting example which can provide us I would say, a sort of, I don't know, maybe also an idea how to upgrade the current the current ADRIA-REP. And this is basically the mandatory ship reporting system. I'm making reference to the mandatory ship reporting system, which was adopted by the Maritime Safety Committee, by the International Maritime Organization at the 91st session in November 2012, which is applicable to the Barents Sea, therefore to the so-called Barents SRS. So this new mandatory ship reporting system entered into force on the 1st June 2013. And it's interesting that it's applicable to the following categories of ships: passing through or proceeding to or from the ports, all ships with a gross tonnage of 5,000 and above. Therefore, there is a general category of ships, let's say differently, like for example with the ADRIA-REP in the Adriatic. All tankers, not limited to the tonnage, all ships carrying hazardous cargoes, and then of course still to maybe more or less frequent cases. This is of course a diagram of this reporting system. It includes also, of course, standard forms. Maybe the difference in this regard is the fact that there is no need to provide all the information ship reporting through voice VHF, but this can be done also through automatic identification system and other provisions, which is maybe interesting also from the standpoint of the Adriatic and Mediterranean Sea. So the second group of international conventions related to in the field of safety at sea, adopted among Adriatic states and applicable also, let's say, which were later on also confirmed by IMO, is the group of international agreement related to common routing system and traffic separation schemes in the Adriatic and Ionian Seas. And of course, also in this case, we had a two-step approach. We had first various agreements between Adriatic states concluded, and in the second step, let's say, a joint proposal by all Adriatic states to the IMO. So also in this case, there was first concluded on that famous day in Ancona. I guess that the ministers or the presidents of government were quite busy by signing all these agreements. Actually, what was concluded was the memorandum of understanding between Croatia, Italy, and Slovenia on the establishment of a common routing system and traffic separation scheme in the north part of the North Adriatic, basically within the Gulf of Trieste. We can say similar agreement between Croatia and Italy, agreement between Italy and Yugoslavia, and also a separate agreement between Italy and Albania in this regard. And then, of course, the ship routing measures adopted by IMO for the Adriatic states, which entered into force on the 1st December 2004, and which provides for two types of, I would say, traffic separation schemes and routing measures: compulsory, therefore in the North Adriatic, and recommended in the Central Adriatic and within the strait, not the strait, the channel of Otranto. So we can see here actually how it looks like today. Therefore, a system of routing measures, compulsory in the North Adriatic, and recommended traffic flows in the Central Adriatic, let's say close to extremely sensible areas like the Jabuka-Como pit, and also within, we can say, within the channel of Otranto. The Gulf of Trieste, of course, a quite elaborated system, which maybe also based on the experience would need some small corrections, as I heard, at least from my colleagues, or maybe not, but actually it has worked quite well, also with regard to the protection and preservation of the marine environment. A system, let's say, compulsory traffic separation schemes along the coast of Istria and Carnaro. And of course, only, we may say, recommended directions of traffic flows in the Central Adriatic and also in the channel of Otranto. A similar, let's say, a similar example, we can have it also in the Arctic region, and it's actually a new amended ship routing measures which were adopted for the Bering Sea and Bering Strait between the coast of Alaska and the Chukotsky Peninsula. It is applicable till 2018. Differently from the routing measures in the Adriatic, those are recommended, but nonetheless important traffic separation schemes. And also additionally 3 areas to be avoided proposed by the United States were basically instituted within the Bering Sea. As I said, these measures entered into force in 2018, and this is actually a map of, let's say, these recommended traffic separation schemes, which at the end, it reflects the current patterns of navigation throughout the years. But of course, it was, I think, necessary, let's say, to institute also in order of the increase of the perspective of increased exploitation of the Arctic regions. Now, the third group of international conventions, which were concluded already on that, again, famous date in 2000 between Adriatic states, is the group of, I may call it, international agreements between Italy and its maritime neighbors in the field or regarding vessel traffic services. And I would say that also this group, I was maybe, of course, at the time I was not very interested. I was really fascinated to find those out because actually it provided, and there are memorandums associated with them between Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Yugoslavia, Albania, and Greece on the very same moment. And the aim of these agreements, which I think it's important even today, was basically, apart from, of course, to improve the safety of navigation by cutting down the risk of accident at sea, contributing to reduce hazards to marine life, but also to, let's say, to harmonize the system of vessel traffic service in the Adriatic Sea, which at that time I think that it was quite at the inception. Maybe there was only Italy with a functioning vessel traffic service. Unfortunately, still nowadays, not all states bordering the Adriatic and Ionian, they dispose with, let's say, a functioning vessel traffic service, or at least in Slovenia, although Slovenia is now in the process, not just from the technical point of view, which is actually a process that has been completed quite successfully, but also right now we have in our parliament, there are proposed amendment to the Slovenian Maritime Code, which will provide a legal basis, also the legal basis for, let's say, for the proper working of vessel traffic service within the Slovenian Sea. And what is interesting, it's actually that this agreement concluded between Slovenia, between Italy and its neighbor states, basically, okay, there were a little bit of declaratory in their form because they provided for the institution of a joint working group, but also they subjected to Italy to the obligation of providing the other parties' authorities with all the relevant know-how and support that is necessary for the system to be realized, which of course showed a strong interest, let's say, of Italy to have this system established throughout the Adriatic. But also, let's say, one of the aims was to develop the operating procedures joint. So, and I think that this is a goal which is still important today, despite the fact that, of course, harmonization of ETS nowadays can be achieved also through the adherence to the various IALA's regulations and guidelines. But as I said, this is also an extremely interesting case. So the last group of international conventions, which was concluded at that time in 2000, it was actually a group of international conventions concluded again by Italy, not in this case a trilateral for the Northern Adriatic, in the field of search and rescue at sea. And there was a memorandum of understanding agreement concluded between Slovenia and Italy, between Croatia and Italy, between Albania and Italy, and also between Greece and Italy, dealing, as we said, on cooperation in search and rescue operations within the Adriatic Sea. What was the objective? The objective was, of course, to improve safety of navigation and response activities. And of course, the objective was the implementation of, let's say, of the 1979 Search and Rescue Convention, which at that time, I think that it was about or it just entered into force. And also, of course, providing the rules with regard to access. And of course, the delimitation of search and rescue areas in this regard. As we'll see later, unfortunately, similar agreements have not been concluded yet by, for example, between Slovenia and Croatia. Maybe we could think about a trilateral agreement in this regard, nor, let's say, between, let's say, the lateral maritime states bordering the eastern part of the Adriatic Sea, like Bosnia and Croatia, Croatia, Montenegro, Albania, and so on and so forth. So there is definitely, it was quite an achievement at that time, but it was quite there is still work to do. As I said, what it did not manage to succeed in the Adriatic and the Mediterranean. We are all aware about, let's say, not problems, but about, let's say, the juridical questions also present in the central Mediterranean, with regard to the, let's say, search and rescue zones there, the Maltese, the Italian, the Greek, and the problems. What, let's say, it has not, we have not managed to achieve in the Adriatic and in the Mediterranean. It has interestingly, it actually succeeded in the Arctic. And this was actually done with the agreement on the maritime and our aeronautical search and rescue in the Arctic. It was concluded in 2011. It was, I think, the first, let's say, international multilateral agreement concluded for the Arctic region. In this regard, based on the 1979 International Convention on Maritime Search and Rescue. And of course, the objective of the agreement is to further strengthen aeronautical and maritime search and rescue cooperation and coordination in the Arctic. And what was, I would say, at least from the juridical point of view, and also from the practical, maybe the main achievement, the Arctic states managed to delimit their search and rescue areas. And as I said, this is extremely important in relation also to the various provisions which regulate access to the territorial sea and territory of, let's say, of the various states. So as I said, maybe, although there is difficult to make a comparison, or maybe why not, between the Arctic, let's say, ocean and the Mediterranean Sea, this is maybe a model which can be, I don't know, think about in the context, I don't know, at least of the Adriatic, or at least in the Northern Adriatic, and why not also with regard to the Mediterranean Sea. I think that I have used my time. What I will finish is maybe just with a thought that more than 20 years have elapsed since, let's say, the adoption of this international agreement between Adriatic and Ionian states. And of course, due to, let's say, to the advancing technologies, there will be maybe a need to upgrade. As I said, I know we have also participated to a project which is focused on that, to upgrade the SAIT agreement when it comes to ship reporting, for example, by expanding, let's say, the participating ships, not just to, let's say, to vessels carrying hazardous and, let's say, and oil tankers of a gross tonnage, but maybe also by providing a general category of ship based on a certain tonnage. It would be, of course, necessary that advancing technologies are taken into account, taking into account that nowadays, of course, maritime authorities, they get data from various sources like SafeSeaNet, like National Single Window, like many others. And there is, of course, this duplicity of reporting, and maybe we can say something like this can be, it's not necessary today anymore. So this is definitely a thought with regard to the reporting system. Routing measures, of course, there would be maybe a need to see whether, let's say, the system has worked well in the Northern Adriatic. Maybe also a sort of a research can be made whether there is a need to strengthen the routing measures in the Central Adriatic and Ionian Sea by, for example, I don't know, by upgrading from recommended traffic flows to at least recommended routes, or traffic separation schemes. This is, of course, it's an important field to achieve. Let's say it's an important means to achieve safety at sea. When it comes to vessel traffic service, of course, all states, therefore also Slovenia, I think Bosnia and Herzegovina and also Albania, they should adopt legal basis and introduce, let's say, also a functioning vessel traffic service. And when it comes to search and rescue operation, of course, the cooperation has been very good, particularly in the Northern Adriatic, but maybe we should think about, let's say, complementing the missing parts of the puzzle also with the conclusions of, let's say, specific search and rescue agreements between states which have not done so far, and why not maybe also to think about a trilateral, therefore a multilateral search and rescue agreement for the Northern Adriatic, instead of having, let's say, two separate agreements between Slovenia and Italy and Croatia. I hope that I was not too long. I would be happy to respond to any question later on. Thank you very much. As I said,
grazie mille, anche perché mi ha ricordato l'accordo di Ancona a cui abbiamo collaborato perché nasceva da una grandissima emergenza che c'era in Adriatico al tempo, che era quella delle mucillagini, per cui era necessario trovare un agreement che potesse regolamentare anche il movimento delle navi da ricerca nell'ambito della ricerca, e abbiamo contribuito in parte a scrivere questa carta di Ancona che lei ha citato. Io penso che l'Adriatico, con le relazioni che ci sono tra i paesi, possa rappresentare veramente un modello per tante cose, no? Soprattutto con le relazioni tra Italia, Slovenia e Croazia. Per cui vediamo se è possibile esportarlo in Artico anche. Diamo subito la parola alla professoressa Ilaria Tani dell'Università degli Studi di Milano Bicocca, che ci porterà proprio in Artico, parlandoci dei confini marittimi e della navigazione nell'Oceano Artico.
Indossiamo un cappotto.
Indossiamo un cappotto. Bene, a lei la parola e grazie.
Molte grazie a tutti, molte grazie per l'invito e ringrazio il professor Coren e la direzione marittima di Trieste. Io sono Ilaria Tani, insegno diritto della navigazione e diritto internazionale del mare all'Università di Milano Bicocca. So che parliamo tutti italiano, avevo preparato queste slide in inglese anche perché poi la terminologia tecnica che troviamo in tutte le norme è quella del testo autentico inglese, quindi io procederei con l'inglese e se poi abbiamo difficoltà per colpa mia passerò all'italiano. Io parlerò delle delimitazioni nell'Oceano Artico, quindi soprattutto mi focalizzerò sul caso dell'unico confine non risolto nell'Artico, quindi ancora dove c'è una zona grigia in cui non si sa chi ha sovranità giurisdizione, e poi mi concentrerò sulle rotte artiche, quindi la rotta di nord-est e la rotta di nord-ovest, per capire chi può passare, cosa può fare, a chi deve chiedere il permesso e così via. So I'll switch to English. In this morning presentations, we address the internal and external limits of the various marine spaces under the Law of the Sea Convention and the regime concerning marine scientific research within those marine spaces. Another issue that remains to be addressed is the question on how states divide their coastal spaces from those belonging to other states. In cases of potential overlaps of marine spaces. So now we move from the concepts of limits to the concept of boundaries before addressing how the actual positioning of limits and boundaries in the Arctic Ocean defines the relations among the Arctic states and with the rest of the maritime community, including scientists navigating the Arctic waters. Maritime delimitation can be defined as the process of establishing lines separating the spatial ambit of a certain coastal state jurisdiction over a certain maritime space where legal title overlaps with that of another state. To be noticed is that while the establishment of limits, the ones that Professor Scovazzi this morning explained, is a unilateral act, the setting of boundaries is an operation that has to be effected necessarily with involvement of two or more states. So it cannot be done unilaterally by any state. The process of maritime delimitation is a process that is confined to states, not international organizations, for example, not the International Seabed Authority, not any other organization can enact a maritime boundary, because maritime boundaries can be affected only by those entities that have a territory over which they exercise sovereignty and jurisdiction control. Coastal marine spaces are inherently linked to a land territory. So there is this legal dependence of the sea from land. It is a cardinal principle of the law of the sea that land dominates the sea. There is no marine space without an attached territory. It is not considered a coastal marine space as such without a territory. And this principle entails two main consequences. So the first consequence is that if there is a dispute pending on which state is entitled to sovereignty over a given land, over a given island, no definitive maritime boundary can be drawn of the disputed areas of land or of the disputed island, because sovereignty on land must be ascertained first before deciding who owns the sea, who is the state entitled to that portion of sea. The second consequence is that all the coastal waters, as we saw this morning, are measured from land, and they are never detached from land. We cannot have pieces of territorial sea around the globe that are detached from a certain territory. So this is important. And marked difference between land and sea also concerns the methods of boundary delimitation. In the absence of a treaty, which could resort to any kind of solution, states can do whatever they want if they pass through an agreement, if they decide that a certain line of delimitation has to follow a certain line is up to them. But the rules that have been developed for the delimitation of maritime boundaries are completely different from the rules that apply to land. And here comes the international law of the sea that pursues, in fact, the objective of making both limits and boundaries at sea certain and definite in an environment which is fluid, which is characterized by ever-changing conditions. So everything is built on a very careful review of the geographical factors. So geography and geometry play a very important role in defining maritime delimitations. Other factors like economic factors, social factors, historical factors are not given that weight in maritime delimitations. So geography is the rule to have a look at the geographical picture, and all the boundaries are implemented through geometrical rules. This is very important. In the UNCLOS, we have different types of maritime delimitations. So we have rules concerning the territorial sea, rules concerning the continental shelf, and the exclusive economic zone. There is no mention in the UNCLOS on rules for delimiting the contiguous zone, so that remains unclear. In fact, the Geneva Convention of 1958 did provide for rules concerning the delimitation of that zone. That was lost in the subsequent convention. So Article 15 of the UNCLOS calls for an agreement. First of all, states should find an agreement. If the agreement is missing, a median line between the two territories should be drawn unless an historic title or another special circumstance justifies a different construction. But the departing point is the median line between the two opposite or adjacent territories, a median line made of points equidistant from the two territories. In the case of the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone, we have something different. The two articles are identical for the delimitation of the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone, but there is no indication on the methods of delimitation. So these articles do not call for an equidistance line, for a median line. They call for an objective that has to be pursued, and the objective is the equitable solution. So there was no indication on the methodology, but the indication on the final result to be pursued, the equitable solution. So in the lack of indication on the methodology, you may imagine that decisions of international courts and tribunals have been very important in filling the gap, because we couldn't find any basic indication in these two articles. So several important decisions have filled the gap left open by Articles 74 and 83 of the UNCLOS, and they have also influenced the development of the rules for the delimitation of appropriate maritime boundary. So currently, international courts and tribunals are of the view that the equidistance method is nevertheless also incorporated in the articles concerning the maritime delimitation of the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone. So the equidistance line, the median line, should be in any case the point, the starting point. So modern jurisprudence, in fact, and here you can see quoted the Black Sea case decided by the International Court of Justice, that was the leading case in defining the approach for maritime delimitation. The preferred methodology nowadays follows these three stages. The first stage requires the establishment of a provisional delimitation line. So I have two opposite coasts or two adjacent coasts, and I draw an equidistance line between the two territories. And this is a method that is actually geometrically objective. The second stage requires consideration of whether there are special circumstances, geographical peculiarities of the coast that require an adjustment, a shifting of the provisional line, just an adjustment of the line that I drawn during the first stage. At least theoretically, there could be a third stage that requires verification that the delimitation line we arrived at following the first two steps does not lead to an inequitable result. So finally, I will have a look at any apparently marked disproportion between the ratio of the respective coastal lengths of the states and the ratio of the entire maritime areas of the two states in the final picture. And this is called the disproportionality test. But this test to date has not led to any further adjustment of the delimitation line. So this is just in theory so far. A critical step in the construction of the median line between two territories is the identification of the base points from which the line is to be constructed. So Article 15 of the UNCLOS, for what concerns the delimitation of the territorial seas between two states, two adjacent or opposite states, indicates that the base points will be located on the baselines of the territorial sea. So in the normal situation, they will be located on the low water mark along the coasts of the two states. It is only the nearest points, the nearest to each other, the nearest points between the two states that will contribute to the construction of the equidistance line. So it is generally only the most protruding points, like the ones that you see with the stars on the picture. It is just the most protruding points marking changes in the direction of the coast that will contribute to the construction of the equidistance line. And there will be often large stretches, as you see here and here, of coast, large stretches of coast that do not actually contribute to the construction of the line. On the screen, for example, you see that we have state X with an indented coastline, and the nearest base points to the median line are located on the outermost protuberant points of the coast. State Y has a similar coastline, but it also has two small islands, island B and island A. They control also the line, these two small islands. And they control it for a very large part of the length. Island B controls the median line between base point Y3 and Y5, shielding that long concave coast behind it. Likewise, you see that island A, on which you see point Y1 on the north, controls the entire northern part of the median line, and it extends to an area of open sea in which the relationship between the two coasts, you see, it becomes more a relation of adjacency than a relation of oppositeness. So this changes a bit the geography, and this is very important. For example, here you see on the left an example of equidistance drawn between two opposite coastlines with the most protruding points. You see the base points identified in the picture. On the right, you see an example of equidistance drawn between adjacent coastlines. The basic technique for construction is exactly the same, but the principal technical difference between the two situations is that small features, like that small island A that we saw in the previous picture, and this point E, that small peninsula on the picture, especially when they are close to the land boundary terminus between the two states, can have a disproportionate effect in case of adjacent coast, because they dictate the course of the line, of the equidistance line, for a very long distance. You see that here, point E on state Y, that small peninsula, which is situated at the tip of this protruding point, controls the whole length of the equidistance line seaward of point T at a distance here of about 150 nautical miles. At the second stage of the delimitation process, therefore, we may have the need to adjust this line, because this would have a disproportionate effect, not an equitable solution, because it will give state Y too much water compared to the other state. So that small peninsula could require an adjustment. In order to appreciate these different implications in the situation of adjacency and oppositeness, you may have a look at this other image. On the screen, you see a strict median line, which is blue, drawn between the coasts and islands of state X and state Y. In the south of the figure, the coasts of the two states are opposite. They're just opposite, and each base point controls the line for a very short distance. Each base point here on the coast controls the line with a very large angle. So the situation is quite stable, because each base point gives way to the next base point very soon. But in the north, the equidistance line extends in a situation where the two states assume a position of adjacency. And you see that the last section of the median line is controlled very much by the two last base points on the two coasts, respectively point C on the mainland of state X and point A on another small island of shore from state Y. So point A, which is the furthest from land, controls the entire final segment of 200 nautical miles of the equidistance line, and it generates an impact on the line that is about 10 times the impact of the similarly sized island B in the south. So if you look at the pink areas, you see how much more water would be assigned to state Y due to the influence of point A, which is situated on an island which is exactly the same in terms of extension, of land extension of island B. this non-equitable solution might require adjustment in the second stage of the process. So geometry is adjusted because of the presence of peculiar geographical circumstances. And I'm explaining this because we will see that in the Arctic, in the very last disputed maritime boundary in the Arctic, we will see that there are situations like this. So that said, on some basic rules concerning the maritime delimitations, we may address the actual situation in the Arctic. So the Arctic Ocean is governed almost entirely by the law of the sea. I say almost entirely because the waters of the archipelago of the Svalbard is regulated by a treaty of 1920. So the waters of that archipelago do not fall under the regime of the law of the sea, at least not entirely. 4 of the 5 Arctic coastal states have ratified the Law of the Sea Convention. So we have Canada, Denmark with Greenland, Norway, and the Russian Federation that are parties to the Law of the Sea Convention. And the 5th state, the United States, applies the UNCLOS nevertheless, despite not being a party to the convention. If we have a look at this stereographic projection of the Arctic Ocean, we may first identify the limits of the marine spaces pertaining to the Arctic coastal states. And we may notice why I said that the United States do apply the UNCLOS. If you look at this picture, you realize that actually the United States is the only state in the Arctic that do not claim straight baselines. Because in yellow, in this picture, we see the internal waters. So waters that are claimed by the Arctic states as internal waters where no innocent passage applies. And look at that, the United States is the only state that do not claim straight baselines. Actually, the US do not claim straight baselines anywhere else in the world, and check very carefully if others do so all over the world. So in yellow, we see the internal waters. This means no right of innocent passage. And the waters that lie between the Russian islands, the northern Russian islands, like Novaya Zemlya and these other islands, are also enclosed within straight baselines. This means that, according to the Russian Federation, there is no right of innocent passage, not even the right of transit passage within those straits. In blue here, we can see the narrow belt of territorial sea. You see this blue, this light blue, is the territorial sea all around the coast, the Arctic states. And here, only in this narrow belt, vessels of all states enjoy the right of innocent passage, nor anywhere else in the yellow parts. In these other colors, you can see the exclusive economic zone of the Arctic states. And what we see here in that triangle is the only maritime dispute that remains unresolved in the Arctic. In addition, of course, to the potential delimitations of the outer continental shelves. Also, those will have to be addressed somewhere in time. So the unresolved boundary concerns the Beaufort Sea. For about 50 years, a lot of attention to the Beaufort Sea from oil companies has frequently determined a surge of interest in the disputed boundary between the United States and Canada, because those companies need to know, of course, which is the regulatory authority, which is the permitting authority responsible for any particular area where they might undertake drilling activities, exploratory activities. So the two countries disagree on the location of the boundary. Why? The dispute arises from the wording of a treaty of 1825 between Russia and Britain. Then the United States has taken on Russia's right when it purchased Alaska in 1967, and Canada has acquired Britain's right in 1880. So the Treaty of 1825 was written in French only, and it provided this definition of the line of demarcation between the two territories, indicating that it is the line that follows the meridian, the 131st meridian, dans son prolongement jusqu'à la mer de l'océan, in its prolongation as far as the frozen ocean, without any other indication. That was a treaty that divided the two territories of two states with this very general indication of the meridian until the North Pole. The Treaty of 1867, through which Alaska was sold to the Americans, defines the eastern limit of Alaska by using the same line of the Treaty of 1825. So it uses the English translation of the French passage in an authentic text. So this is also very important from a legal point of view. So the problem is that Canada, maybe I can do that, you can see better. The position of Canada is that the treaty provision establishes both the land border and the maritime boundary. So also the maritime areas should be delimited by the meridian. This is the position of Canada. But the United States are not of the same opinion, and they said that this delimitation applies only to the land territories, and that the rules for maritime delimitation should apply in the sea. And an equidistance line would be, according to the US, the appropriate approach legally and geographically. So this is the different position of the two states. The equidistance line preferred by the US, if you look at the picture, trends progressively further east of the meridian, which is preferred by Canada. So this is the line preferred by the US, which is the equidistance line between the two territories, between the two poles. While Canada prefers the meridian, it prefers this line. As a result, within that distance of up to 200 nautical miles from the baseline, there is this disputed pie-shaped sector of approximately 6,200 square nautical miles. And the issue becomes more interesting, however, when we consider that states may be entitled to sovereign rights even beyond those 200 nautical miles. Canada, which is a party to the UNCLOS, has already submitted a submission to the CLCS, to the Commission on the Limits on the Continental Shelf, to obtain that additional portion of shelf. So it is in a matter of years, it will obtain a recommendation by the CLCS. The point here, very interesting, is that the introduction of the extended continental shelf into the equation creates this curious twist to the dispute, because if one extends the equidistance line that is preferred by the United States beyond the 200 nautical miles limit, which is here, it is the limit of the EAZ, this line follows a curious twist because of the different shape of the coast of Canada and the presence of Banks Island. So the equidistance beyond 200 nautical miles needs to go further in that direction. So this is the fact that if one extends the equidistance line preferred by the United States beyond 200 nautical miles, the line soon changes direction and begins tracking towards northwest. It does so because of the presence of this Banks Island. You remember the presence of small or big features, even more if they are close to the land boundary terminus, may determine this huge change in the equidistance. The effect of Banks Island is so strong that the equidistance line crosses over the meridian. Look at the meridian. The equidistance line even crosses over the meridian and goes in the direction of the maritime boundary between the United States and Russia. And this leads to essentially the reverse situation of the disputed sector further south. The US line appears to favor Canada beyond 200 nautical miles and vice versa. So Canada and the United States have not made public their legal positions on the boundary beyond 200 nautical miles, because to formulate a public position is complicated by this very curious fact that each position within 200 nautical miles would seem to favor the other party beyond that limit. So they are stuck in this very weird position. It is possible that either or both parties will partially or entirely abandon their existing legal position and formulate new ones, eventually reaching an agreement, because this is a very curious situation. Moving to navigation through the Arctic routes. With regards to navigation, we are seeing a very sharp upturn, of course, in Arctic shipping. Increased shipping, of course, implicates security risks, environmental risks, and we can say that these risks can be better addressed by the coastal states. So it is very important that coastal states in the Arctic cooperate with each other and create the conditions to make navigation safer. Yet the extent of coastal state jurisdiction in the Northwest Passage and in the Northern Sea Route is contested in both instances, specifically by the United States, which claims that the narrowest stretches on both waterways, so here and here, should be considered as international straits, through which vessels and aircraft of all nations enjoy the rights of transit passage. Both Canada and Russia, however, maintain that all straits and channels along the routes should be considered as their internal waters. Those waters depicted in yellow in the map. So the Northern Passage, the Northwest Passage consists of several possible shipping routes through the high Arctic islands of Canada. The entire passage of Northwest constitutes Canadian internal waters, so the full force of Canadian law applies. Ships have no right of access, and in the routes, ships of all nations must request the permission of Canada. Canada drew straight baselines around its Arctic islands in 1985. And we saw already with Professor Scovati this morning the establishment of straight baselines all around the Canadian archipelago. In 1986, the United States protested against the Canadian baselines, and the State Department reproduced the excerpt from a letter that was sent to a US senator as evidence of its position, stating that there is no basis in international law to support the Canadian claim. The United States cannot accept the Canadian claim because to do so would constitute an acceptance of full Canadian control of the Northwest Passage and would terminate US navigation rights through the passage under international law. So the US are against the position. Here we have the incident, let's say, that brought the issue, that made the issue so public. The voyage of the state ship Manhattan in 1969 basically indicates the origins of the dispute. In 1969, Exxon sent the state ship Manhattan, which was an ice-strengthened supertanker, to test the feasibility of the Northwest Passage as a route for shipping oil from Alaska to the Atlantic seaboard of the United States. So the US government sent a Coast Guard icebreaker, the North Wind, to assist. But neither Exxon nor the United States asked the permission of Canada to do that. So concerned that the precedent could be created, Canada considered that the best response towards NLE, like the US, was not a strong opposition, but a friendly response. So it made public that actually some consultation had taken place. That was a very smart diplomatic move. Canada said that some consultation with the US had taken place before the voyage, and then showed an implicit consent to the initiative by providing assistance to the US with this powerful Canadian icebreaker, the John McDonald in the photo. You see the McDonald here escorting the state ship Manhattan along the trip. The US had not sought permission based on the belief that the state ship Manhattan could avoid all areas under Canadian jurisdiction and proceed entirely on the high seas. The Americans believed that they could do so because at that time, Canada claimed only a 3-mile territorial sea, which left an entire corridor of high seas through the Northwest Passage. So they thought they could have achieved their objective without the assistance of Canada. The idea was to enter the Northwest Passage through the Lancaster Sound in the east and exit through the McClure Strait in the west. That is the voyage in the picture. However, on 10 September 1969, while attempting to become the first tanker ever to make the trip, the state ship Manhattan became trapped in the ice. So it was only with the assistance of her constant companion, the John McDonald icebreaker, the Canadian icebreaker, that she was able to escape the ice. And the Canadian icebreaker actually had to intervene 11 times during the trip. So that was a defeat for the Americans. The ice conditions forced the American tanker to retreat from the Strait of McClure and use, as you see, this very narrower channel, the Strait of Prince of Wales. But in doing so, the tanker was eventually forced to enter the territorial waters of Canada because of the presence of the small Princess Royal Islands that are here. So they could not stay on the high seas any longer. They had to enter the territorial waters of Canada. As a consequence, the entrance into Canadian territorial waters, the implicit granting of Canada to the voyage, and the acceptance of considerable assistance by the John McDonald, by the Canadian icebreaker, prevented the voyage of the US from contributing to the establishment of a precedent as a passage through an international strait. They couldn't prove that that could be considered as an international strait. What is the position of the European Union? The European Union, back then European Community in 1986, gave some support to the US position, stating that the baselines of Canada actually departed too much from the general direction of the coast. So the European Union states were not satisfied of the present baseline system. The UK was acting on behalf of the European Community back then. The appreciation of the general direction of the coast in the case of the Canadian Arctic archipelago, however, is complicated by the widespread use of the Mercator and conic projections, because they distort the size of the shape of the objects that are near the poles, and so make the coastal archipelago to look like an appendage to the North American landmass rather than an integral part of it. So a globe actually provides much more accurate portrayal of the geography, and so it provides also more credibility to the position of Canada. What is the position of China with respect to the claims of the Arctic states? The Chinese government has yet to take an official position on the status of neither the Northwest Passage or the Northern Sea Route, because it is not in China's interest to enter into any conflict on with the only two states that can provide adequate charts, navigational aids, ports of refuge, weather and eye forecasting, search and rescue, all services that Chinese shipping companies need when they traverse the Arctic. Canada and the United States actually entered eventually into an Arctic cooperation agreement in 1988. The US promised that all navigation by US icebreakers within waters claimed by Canada to be internal will be undertaken with the consent of Canada, and both promised each other to facilitate navigation by their respective ships. So this is actually a treaty that represents an agreement to disagree. The US is concerned that recognizing the position of Canada in the Northwest Passage could create a precedent for treating likewise waterways that are located elsewhere in the world. And you can see some of them here at the bottom of the slide. They do not want also these routes to be considered as internal waters or territorial seas of other states. The northern sea route is on the other side, so moving on the Russian side, we see that the northern sea route stretches along the top of Russia from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and Russia has icebreakers to escort convoys of commercial vessels. Russia wishes to turn the northern sea route into a commercially viable alternative to the Suez Canal and to the an alternative to the Strait of Malacca. So this is a declaration of Vladimir Putin of 2011, stating that this route is almost a third shorter of the traditional southern one. You can see it evidently in the picture. It wants to actually gain some advantages from offering this route to international companies. However, the US has always criticized, contested the Russian claims that certain crucial portions of the northern sea route constitute internal waters, namely the Vikinsky, Shokalsky, Dmitry Laptev, and Sannikov Straits. They are considered by the Russian Federation as internal waters, and the US contests these claims. The dispute actually began in 1963 when the US Coast Guard icebreaker Northwind surveyed the Laptev Sea, and the next summer the other icebreaker, US icebreaker Barton Island, did likewise in the eastern Siberian Sea. The voyages prompted the Soviet Union to react strongly. The Soviet Union sent an aide-memoire to the US Embassy in Moscow, clearly setting out the position that straits are internal waters. They are distant from international seaways. They are used only by ships belonging to the Soviet Union. They belong historically to the Soviet Union. No one of these straits, as is known, serves for international navigation, and you must ask the permission of Russia in order to cross them. So the Soviet-American disputes took on a greater significance with the Vikinsky Strait incidents that happened during those years. The Vikinsky Straits, you see, are located in a very strategic position between the Bolshevik Islands and the Taimyr Peninsula. They are the most important choke point in the northern sea route. You see, you have to pass here because here there is too much ice. So at least in those years, it was considered impossible to navigate north the Russian islands. So in the summer of 1965, the US Coast Guard Northwind approached the Vikinsky Strait, and they encountered a strong diplomatic pressure by the Soviet Union, pressure that, according to the US Department of State, and amounted to the threat of use of military force if the Americans' ship proceeded into the strait. So the US responded by ordering the Northwind to go back, to turn around. In the summer of 1967, the US Coast Guard icebreakers Edisto and Eastwind set out to circumnavigate the Arctic Ocean. The plan was for the vessel to sail north of the island, north of Novaya Zemlya and Severnaya Zemlya, without entering the strait. So entirely in international waters this time, but the heavy ice conditions forced the ship again to change the course and enter the Vikinsky Straits. So a diplomatic note was sent by the Russians, and it was, of course, requested to go back, and the US strongly protested for this unwarranted position expressed by the US. The Vikinsky incidents are still actually important from a legal point of view because Russia has so far succeeded, this is important, Russia has succeeded in making sure that the functional criterion set forth by the International Court of Justice for a strait to be considered an international strait. So the use of the strait for international navigation was clearly not met, because no foreign ship, no foreign icebreaker has ever crossed the strait without the actual consent of Russia. So today, should we make an assessment of the legal positions of the two states controlling the Arctic routes? Of course, it all goes around the criterion set forth by the International Court of Justice concerning the concept of Arctic international straits. I would just make reference very briefly to the fact that Canada and Russia partnered together in drafting also the provision that Mitya recalled before, Article 234 of the UNCLOS was actually drafted by the diplomats of Canada and Russia, because they are very interested, of course, in protecting the environment and let's say emphasize their jurisdiction in ice-watered area. What is interesting in with regards to the Arctic waters is also the question of submarine voyages, because we know that Soviet submarines actually entered the Northwest Passage without Canadian permission during the Cold War. They never threatened the legal position of Canada. Why? Because the whole purpose of submarines is to remain covert, and only an action that is made public, only an action that may imply acquiescence or opposition by states can make some change in international law. So nothing really matters if submarines have crossed the Arctic waters without actually affirming the right to do so. So this is just to, and these are some examples of submarines crossing the Arctic. With regard to the information that is needed to navigate the Northern Sea Route, if you have access to the, of course, to the Northern Sea Route General Administration, you may find rules of navigation in the waters area of the Northern Sea Route. You may find applications for admissions and so on, and rules for navigation in the waters with the tariffs for the icebreakers and the maps of the various areas of the Northern Sea Route that are considered in the tariffs and in the forecasting and so on. What is important, just to recall in just these last 30 seconds, is that the Arctic seafloor is very complex from a geological point of view, and there are states that have already requested the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf to extend their continental shelves beyond 200 nautical miles. So the prominent feature in the Arctic is the Lomonosov Ridge, this feature here that basically crosses the North Pole. This is claimed both by Denmark and by Russia as belonging to their geology, as belonging to their actual landmass. It is considered as a prolongation of their landmass by both states. So if you look at the claim of Russia, it goes up to the North Pole, the claim for an extended shelf. Russia has just received the recommendation of the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf in February, so just 3 months ago. And the text of the recommendation is not yet available, but it will be soon available on the website of the CLCS. This is the claim of Denmark. So it goes up to the Russian side. So they basically overlap along the Lomonosov Ridge. They claim the ridge as being there. And look at the position of the US. The Lomonosov Ridge is a freestanding feature, oceanic part of the Arctic Ocean basin, not a natural component of the continental margin of any state. So this is another issue. And here you see Norway. Norway has already obtained The extension of the continental shelf, you see here in green, the extension of Norway, which is very active in its underwater domain. They know everything about their underwater geology. And this is, in fact, the Lomonosov ridge that creates so many overlaps in the claims of the Arctic states concerning the continental shelf. Mi fermo qui e vi ringrazio se sono andata oltre. Sì, c'è più.
Grazie, è veramente molto interessante comprendere in questo momento storico anche, no? con l'egemonia e la potenza russa come se sottoscriveranno tutti questi trattati e anche la questione dei veicoli sottomarini credo sia un problema veramente consistente. Bene, passiamo immediatamente la parola, perché il tempo stringe, al professor Antonini, che ci parlerà di gestione e utilizzazione delle navi da ricerca oceanica, oceanografica. Prego, professore.
Grazie.
Università di Udine, grazie, siamo nelle sue mani.
Credo che un convegno programmato per la mattina non abbia mai raggiunto questi apici che sono oltre la rotta artica, antartica e quant'altro. Generalmente all'1:15 al massimo si chiude, invece qui andiamo ancora avanti e quindi purtroppo siamo stati come relatori implacabili e chiediamo scusa, anzi io che sono l'ultimo per tutti. Come? Il file della sua presentazione? No, io non ho file, io sono ancora alla vecchia. Quindi io parlo a braccio con la scaletta come facevano i penalisti un tempo. E poi fra l'altro non riesco nemmeno a rispettare la scaletta. E comincio proprio dal titolo del nostro convegno, che abbina il diritto del mare, anzi mi pare per prima sia il diritto marittimo, leggiamolo con esattezza, diritto marittimo, diritto del mare e il diritto alla ricerca scientifica. Fin qui abbiamo parlato di diritto del mare sostanzialmente, perché il primo intervento ci ha portato sul diritto alla ricerca scientifica basato sostanzialmente sulla Convenzione delle Nazioni Unite del 1982 sul diritto del mare, convenzione che lo scorso anno ha compiuto i suoi 40 anni. Come Associazione Italiana di Diritto Marittimo avremmo voluto festeggiare l'anniversario, poi è scappato e adesso vediamo se riusciamo a prenderlo per la coda facendo un mega convegno che abbiamo in corso di, non dico organizzazione, ma di strutturazione. Come? Siete miei purtroppo lo faranno a Genova, però, perché i convegni importanti, siccome la sede dell'Associazione Italiana di Diritto Marittimo è Genova, i convegni importanti li facciamo. Però Trieste si difende bene perché il comitato di Trieste dell'Associazione Italiana di Diritto Marittimo è fra i più antichi e aveva una sua forte autonomia. Oggi le autonomie, noi siamo sul centralismo. E quindi abbiamo parlato di diritto del mare. Il diritto del mare fa parte del diritto internazionale. La collega, infatti, è un internazionalista, il professor Scovazzi, lo ricordo quando lavoravamo qualche volta insieme al master di diritto e l'economia del mare di Pescara, è internazionalista. Il diritto marittimo studia i rapporti privatistici e amministrativistici del diritto che si appuntano sul mare, mentre il diritto del mare è rapporti fra stati. Quindi diritto marittimo è rapporti fra privati, diritto marittimo privato, oppure relativi a rapporti pubblicistici, quindi fra soggetti privati e pubblica amministrazione. Primo caso, contratti di utilizzazione della nave, secondo caso, concessione di demaniali marittimi o spaccato in due o servizi. Il diritto del mare fa parte di diritto internazionale, i soggetti sono gli stati. Io mi occuperò di diritto marittimo e in particolare avevo segnalato un tema che forse che sta al di fuori del lineamento odierno e che forse esigerebbe o meriterebbe un approfondimento autonomo, che è quello della gestione e utilizzazione delle chiamiamo survey ship o research vessels o research ship, cioè navi oceanografiche. Qual è cioè la gestione di queste navi? Perché il problema è che gli enti o le società, diciamo gli enti che fanno ricerca scientifica, la fanno hanno bisogno di una nave, in quanto la ricerca scientifica oceanografica antartica si deve fare necessariamente con una nave. La nave può essere o meno di proprietà dell'ente che fa la ricerca scientifica, ma certamente l'ente ha nel suo core business la ricerca scientifica e non di certo la gestione di una nave. Da cui il problema che è un problema plurimillenario fra nave e attività che si fa con la nave e soggetti che operano con la nave e che fanno questa attività. E questo ci porta ai primordi non del diritto marittimo, ma dell'attività marittima, che data 5.000 anni fa, 3.000 anni fa, diciamo, comunque ben prima, ben prima rispetto al diritto romano. Allora, i commerci marittimi, che sono alla base della storia, i commerci marittimi alle origini vengono fatti dal proprietario della nave, cioè chi era proprietario della nave utilizzava la nave, la comandava o ci metteva un comandante e faceva il commercio marittimo in proprio. Quindi attività marittima di gestione della nave e attività mercantile di commercio marittimo erano tutt'uno, si appuntava sullo stesso soggetto, il proprietario della nave. In prosieguo di tempo le figure si prescindono per ora da figure medievali di associazione fra mercanti e navi, lasciamo perdere. Una è la nave che fa attività di trasporto e altro è il mercante che fa attività di commercio. Quindi si scindono le due figure. Successivamente si è anche operata un'altra scissione nell'ambito della nave fra proprietà e esercizio, cioè il soggetto che lavora per la nave. Non è detto che sia uno solo. Uno può essere il soggetto proprietario e altro il soggetto che esercita la nave, cioè che svolge l'attività di navigazione. E questo è l'armatore. Qui noi in Italia abbiamo chiarissima la differenza tra proprietario della nave, che è una sorta di proprietario nudo, e armatore, che è il soggetto che anima i traffici marittimi, cioè colui che gestisce una nave propria o non propria. Generalmente armatore e proprietario coincidono. Chi ha una nave la esercita, la nave costa tanto, perché mai uno dovrebbe compiere un investimento per poi darla a un altro soggetto. Però non è così nel caso di locazione di navi, cioè uno è il proprietario della nave, altro il soggetto che ne è armatore, in virtù di un contratto di locazione. E questo succede generalmente fra società dello stesso gruppo, cioè in uno stesso gruppo uno è colui che compra la nave, fa costruire la nave, la compra e quindi ne cura gli aspetti finanziari, altro è un'altra società, sempre dello stesso gruppo, è la società operativa che arma la nave. Nell'ambito della navigazione da diporto poi ci sono le figure di leasing navale, ma non ci interessano. Quindi noi arriviamo al fatto che proprietario o armatore, nei termini già detti, sono il soggetto che esercita l'attività con la nave e poi c'è chi fruisce dei servizi della nave, quindi attività di navigazione, proprietario, armatore. In Inghilterra si parla in common law di owner, distinguiamo fra registered owner e disponent owner. La figura dell'armatore, diciamo latina, armateur, contrapposta a proprietaire, è più quella del disponent owner, ma lasciamo perdere. Noi, per arrivare a noi, diciamo che uno è il soggetto che svolge, cioè che esercita la nave, e altro è il soggetto che ne fruisce, per esempio il titolare di carichi che utilizza una nave altrui per i propri trasporti. Qui ho fatto una distinzione che, dopo aver fatto questa scissione tra proprietà e armamento, che in sostanza abbiamo detto che potremmo dire chi ha la nave, proprietario armatore, la utilizza per la propria attività istituzionale e cioè per fare trasporti, e quindi farà dei contratti di trasporto a viaggio, poi il charter, oppure altre attività di servizio. Può esserci un soggetto che non ha la nave e che vuole fare un'attività di trasporto per conto terzi e allora la prende a noleggio a tempo. Quindi avremo la nave, in questo secondo caso la nave armata e chi gestisce la nave, un soggetto che la prende a noleggio a tempo e fa l'attività di trasporto. Dunque, nel nostro caso abbiamo delle, la lente che svolge attività oceanografica che può avere la nave, ma può non avere la capacità di gestire la nave. Questo è il punto. Cioè, generalmente chi ha la nave la gestisce e fa attività per conto terzi. Oppure uno non ha la nave, se la prende a noleggio a tempo e in virtù di una nave utilizzata a tempo fa l'attività per conto terzi. Invece in questo caso, io non ho trovati altri casi al di fuori di quelli delle ricerche oceanografiche, c'è un soggetto che ha la nave, ed è il caso del nostro GS, ha la nave, non ha la capacità tecnica di gestire la nave, ha l'interesse a che la nave lavori per lui. Quindi manca quella fase intermedia. E questo proprio mostra la grandiosità del diritto marittimo e del diritto della navigazione, ove più si studia e si cerca di fissare nei manuali i principi e quindi la contrattualistica, e più si inciampa in contratti nuovi, perché la teoria non è capace di imbrigliare la pratica e non lo deve fare. È la pratica che offre soluzioni nuove cui la teoria poi deve mettere mano. E io ho cercato un po' su internet e ho trovato delle ipotesi, soprattutto ho visto degli appalti, cioè delle gare di appalto, per dare in appalto la gestione armatoriale della nave, cioè l'ente di ricerca scientifica ha la nave, deve darla in gestione armatoriale e il gestore lavora per la nave. E quali sono gli schemi utilizzabili? Un primo schema è quello del contratto di ship management, che è un contratto che è ormai molto diffuso e fa sì che l'armatore delega al manager, cioè a un soggetto terzo, attività tipiche della figura dell'armatore. Per esempio il reclutamento del personale, più attività tipica di questa, ma c'è il crew management, per cui è il manager e non l'armatore a reclutare il personale. Poi la gestione nautica della nave. La gestione nautica della nave la deve fare l'armatore? No, la delega a un nautical o technical manager. Poi c'è la gestione commerciale, cioè gestione di carichi, eccetera. E anche qui può esserci un manager. E infine ci sono i servizi ancillari, ancillary services, che possono essere generalmente quelli assicurativi, del finanziamento, eccetera, delegati. La figura del manager non sposta, cioè l'esistenza del manager non sposta la figura dell'armatore, cioè c'è pur sempre un armatore che delega al manager, cioè che affida al manager tutti o alcuni di questi servizi. La figura è quella della rappresentanza. Il manager rappresenta l'armatore e quindi tutta l'attività del manager si imputa direttamente all'armatore. Nei confronti dei terzi risponde l'armatore. Questa forma non è seguita, almeno da quel poco che ho visto, nell'ambito delle attività di ricerca con navi oceanografiche. Si potrebbe fare, cioè l'ente è armatore della nave e fa nella Capitaneria dell'ufficio marittimo di iscrizione della nave la dichiarazione di armatore, o non la fa perché in quanto proprietario si presume essere armatore, e delega a terzi i servizi. La soluzione che ho visto praticata è più forte, cioè l'ente non lo vuole fare l'armatore e allora affida a terzi, concede a terzi in una sorta di appalto di servizi la gestione armatoriale della nave, cioè la nave è mia, c'è un soggetto terzo che la gestisce, ma la gestisce contro le regole generali, non nell'interesse suo dell'armatore, ma nell'interesse mio. È una sorta di appalto di un servizio nel mio interesse. Come si realizza nel concreto questa concessione di gestione armatoriale? Io ho visto una formula prevalente e una formula subvalente, cioè meno utilizzata, che è quella che invece preferisco. La formula prevalente è quella dei due contratti collegati, cioè l'ente proprietario della nave dà in locazione la nave o incomodato, nel concreto ho visto la locazione, a colui che ne diventa armatore. Quindi l'ente dà in locazione la nave all'armatore e questo è un primo contratto. Secondo contratto, l'armatore dà in noleggio a tempo o time charter la nave allo stesso proprietario. Ecco il collegamento negoziale. Un collegamento che nei testi contrattuali che ho visto è chiarissimo, sia nelle premesse e sia negli obblighi, cioè nel contratto di locazione il conduttore che diventa armatore assume l'obbligo di dare a noleggio la nave al proprietario. Mi potrei tuffare nel guardare le singole clausole dei due contratti. I due contratti devono essere visti insieme come contratti collegati. Il collegamento è espresso anche dalle clausole per cui la nullità o la risoluzione dell'uno si riflette sulla validità o sull'efficacia dell'altro. Ci sono poi dei pasticci, perché alcune clausole, perché c'è questa figura del proprietario che è, cioè del proprietario della nave, che contemporaneamente è proprietario, locatore in un contratto e utilizzatore beneficiario nel contratto di time charter. E ci sono delle regole che starebbero bene nel contratto di locazione che invece leggo nel time charter, come regole sulla responsabilità, sugli obblighi assicurativi, sulla conduzione tecnica della nave e sulle spese. Ci sono dei casi in cui le spese sono messe a carico del conduttore quando sono spese che deve pagare l'armatore. Ma perché sono messe a carico del conduttore? Perché il conduttore è il proprietario e allora la manutenzione straordinaria la deve fare il proprietario. E perché la fa il conduttore? Perché il conduttore è proprietario. Allora questo schema di locazione, comodato e time charter, cioè noleggio a tempo, contratti collegati, è uno schema pratico per arrivare a un risultato che non è il risultato tipico dei due contratti. E allora noi dobbiamo, come giuristi, riguardare a quella che è stata l'evoluzione, per esempio giurisprudenziale o anche dottrinale, sul concetto di causa. I nostri codici sono improntati al concetto tradizionale di causa, per tutti Emilio Betti, che era un romanista ma un grandissimo civilista, la causa oggettiva, cioè la causa del contratto di locazione è scambiare il godimento della cosa con il prezzo, la causa del contratto di trasporto è scambiare il servizio di trasferimento con il prezzo, causa oggettiva dei contratti. Oggi il concetto è quello della causa concreta, non più la causa generale. Cioè quel singolo contratto, qual è il suo scopo? Quel contratto o quel gruppo di contratti collegati? Se noi ci manteniamo nell'assetto tradizionale, abbiamo un contratto di locazione più un contratto di trasporto con due cause astratte, ma la loro causa concreta non la vedo. Il collegamento negoziale mi dà la causa concreta, che è non dare in locazione nell'ottica del proprietario, dare in locazione la nave e riprenderla a noleggio. Non è questa. E nell'ottica dell'armatore non è prendere in conduzione una nave e fare un servizio per il proprietario. Non è questa. L'ottica è sbolognare, scusate, affidare la gestione di una nave. Cioè io, diciamo, ho un'automobile, voglio farmi portare in giro e prendo un autista. È questa la logica. Quindi ecco perché ho visto con favore un altro schema contrattuale che ho poi portato nel mio manuale di diritto dei trasporti del 2015, cui nell'edizione precedente non c'era, ho poche righe su questo contratto atipico di affidamento o concessione a titolo oneroso della gestione armatoriale. Allora lì noi dobbiamo arrivare, cioè sgombriamo il campo dagli schemi che montiamo uno vicino all'altro per raggiungere tramite contratti tipici il risultato voluto e puntiamo subito al risultato voluto, che è quello di dare la gestione armatoriale. Allora non mi servono più clausole complicate sulla responsabilità, sull'assicurazione, che non si capisce chi assicura che cosa. Il proprietario deve assicurare la nave, il corpo e macchine, e diciamo colui che prende la gestione armatoriale deve assicurare la responsabilità armatoriale, P&I. Io nei contratti ho visto di tutto, addirittura l'assicurazione della responsabilità professionale, oppure l'assicurazione del corpo e macchine che viene fatta dal gestore quando la deve fare il proprietario, e l'assicurazione P&I, Protection Indemnity, che viene fatta invece dal proprietario quando la deve fare il gestore. Ecco, quindi ne ho viste di tutti i colori. Allora, togliamoci dagli schemi tradizionali e andiamo al contratto atipico di affidamento della gestione armatoriale. Unico contratto che riflette bene la volontà delle parti, gli interessi delle parti, e quindi in cui si valorizza la causa concreta. E poi finisco, perché io cerco di lanciare dei messaggi. Il messaggio che lancio è: questa è una materia nuova, facciamoci un altro convegno, cioè facciamo un convegno su questo, in modo da lanciare il messaggio a tutti e far capire qual è la freschezza, la forza espansiva assoluta della nostra materia. La nostra materia è il diritto marittimo, caro comandante. Oggi il diritto marittimo sta insieme al diritto aereo nel diritto della navigazione, ma la materia è sempre nostra, che sta insieme al diritto commerciale, che nasce dal diritto marittimo. E quindi poi ci sono i profili internazionalistici, amministrativistici, ma questa è una materia in continua evoluzione. E quindi al giurista viene in mente: ma questo qua andiamo proprio mi è venuto in mente prima mentre ascoltavo la relazione precedente, e quindi un pezzo l'ho perso nella tua relazione, perché mi è venuta in mente questa cosa sui principi di teoria generale, cui molto tengo, anzi forse sono qui da noi che in Italia quello che li approfondisce di più. E quali sono le regole? Cioè, quali sono le regole che disciplineranno questo contratto atipico? Finché noi ci mettiamo nell'ottica di locazione di nave più time charter, cioè noleggio a tempo, ci sono due contratti regolati al codice di navigazione. E il contratto atipico di gestione armatoriale è un contratto atipico. Secondo i principi elaborati dalla giurisprudenza e dalla dottrina, il contratto atipico ha delle prestazioni che possono essere rette dalle norme che regolano i contratti tipici. Quindi il contratto atipico è retto dalle norme dei contratti tipici che disciplinano le singole prestazioni. Ci sarà appalto, ci sarà trasporto, ci sarà noleggio, eccetera. Ma appartiene al diritto della navigazione o appartiene al diritto comune o diritto civile? È importante per l'articolo 1, adesso andiamo nel dettaglio, del codice di navigazione, che dice che in materia di navigazione si applica prima il codice di navigazione e le leggi speciali, poi trappole, usi, c'è questo accontamiento, poi l'analogia interna e poi il diritto civile in materia residuale. Ho scritto fiumi di pagine su questo, ma per arrivare all'esito, questo contratto, tu fermi uno per strada, è un contratto di diritto comune o di diritto marittimo? E tutti ti diranno che è di diritto marittimo, siamo su una nave, e quindi ancorché atipico sarà regolato dalle norme del diritto marittimo, cioè quelle sul noleggio, quelle sul trasporto, quelle sulla locazione, applicabili in via diretta alle singole prestazioni. Poi andremo all'analogia. L'analogia vorrà significare, per esempio, che interna, che se c'è una norma utile nel campo aeronautico la applico al campo marittimo. Una norma di cui noi diciamo, adesso qui non ha importanza, ma insomma nella navigazione di porto è importantissima l'applicazione per analogia. Quella regola che quando lavorammo al codice di navigazione alla riforma del 2005-2006 inserì parte aeronautica, inserimmo nel senso che l'utilizzazione per meno di, non mi ricordo se 8 o 15 giorni, non comporta lo spostamento della qualifica dell'armatore. Questo va benissimo nella navigazione di porto. Allora, scusate, dell'esercente. La applichiamo per analogia anche alla navigazione marittima. Allora, quindi sul piano della teoria, questo contratto che vorrei identificare come contratto atipico, senza costruzioni che sposano contratti tipici che non c'entrano niente, sarà retto dalle norme del diritto della navigazione e poi dall'analogia interna e poi in subordine dalle norme di diritto comune, quindi sul contratto di trasporto, sui codici civili e eventualmente sull'appalto di servizi, ma la normativa sul codice civile e il contratto di appalto è relativa soprattutto all'appalto di costruzione, pochissimo all'appalto dei servizi. Bene, vi ringrazio, questa mia relazione è al di fuori delle tematiche, ma lancia un sasso che do anzitutto al comandante, che ringrazio che mi ha chiamato amico, noi ci siamo visti un paio di volte, ma la simpatia e diciamo il legame intellettuale è emerso subito. E poi ai, che spero di poter considerare amici, rappresentanti e responsabili dell'OGS, per fare tramite l'OGS e il comando della direzione marittima in Friuli Venezia Giulia, lanciare un messaggio a tutto il mondo marittimo italiano che su questo non ha ancora scritto e detto alcunché. Grazie.
Non avevo attivato la registrazione sul mio cellulare perché lei ha detto delle frasi che secondo me diventano un mantra. Cioè, veramente cerchiamo, quando un giurista ti dice cerchiamo di trovare la soluzione senza arzigogoli, questa cosa è veramente, grazie per averla detta, perché veramente è così, perché molto spesso noi non su questo, ma su mille cose ci troviamo a fare degli arzigogoli per riuscire a trovare le soluzioni.
Dovete scegliere dei professionisti che conoscano che abbiano la materia, ma siccome non vi potete rivolgere alla Capitaneria di Porto, gli esperti in materia marittima sono loro.
La Capitaneria di Porto poi verifica, giudica, prova, autorizza e quindi. Bene, io credo che siamo arrivati all'ora fatidica. Ringrazio il comandante del Trieste per questa magnifica ospitalità, tutti i relatori, scusandoci per aver tirato tutto così.
Per noi non è un problema.
Ma neanche per noi, perché era così interessante che era veramente un peccato interrompere le relazioni. E credo che come dire, il ringraziamento sia d'obbligo a tutti, compresi ai colleghi che sono
professor Scovazzi, che aspettiamo a Trieste,
al professor Scovazzi, certamente, che aspettiamo.
Molte grazie a voi
per la chiarezza espositiva. E comandante, a lei la parola.
Sì, ringrazio a tutti, ne usciamo sicuramente tutti più arricchiti da questo convegno, tavola rotonda. Ci siamo immersi in problemi che forse avevamo vissuto ai tempi dell'università, quando si studiava il diritto internazionale marittimo, anche per la parte guerra, che non è stata trattata qui o è stata trattata in maniera molto sfumata e marginale. Ne usciamo più arricchiti e io rinnovo l'invito a OGS per promuovere altre iniziative del genere, perché ripeto, come ho detto all'inizio, tutto ciò che è mare, questa è la sua grazia.
Grazie a tutti. Due spunti che sono quello del professore sulla contrattualistica di questi contratti armatoriali, credo veramente possa lanciare uno spunto anche ad altre istituzioni che operano come noi nella gestione delle navi. E poi seconda cosa, sull'utilizzazione dei veicoli autonomi, e questa è anche un'altra criticità, per cui cogliamo subito questo e ringraziamo anticipatamente la Capitaneria perché sarà con noi, mi auguro. Grazie a tutti e buon pranzo. Grazie.